Hello. Good morning, everybody. I should grab another fat stack of roaches here really quick. Good morning on Roach Day, everybody. I gotta go ping everybody right quick and also do this. Yes, we have some sad news. That is, the oversupply office store is closed on weekends. So I'm going grub mode for 2 more days. And Monday, hopefully, I'll limp out of the house and go and buy the chair so I can at least use it when I do emails for wrapping up all the auction stuff. Let's see. And everyone. Bidding begins in hashtag bid central. Send that there. Roach Day bidding begins. Okay, how's everybody doing this morning? Start off with that simple question while I grab some more bugs. How's everybody doing? Did you sleep well? Did you grieve the loss of funds in your bank accounts? Or perhaps you delighted in the addition of bugs? What's this? This is giveaway stuff. I need to get some placeholder cups for things here. Need to get some placeholder cups. All right. Tim, take a second here and let's excuse me. Let's see. Charlie Bugs here. LC Bugs Reptiles. He is upon us. Cool kid says Mason Exotic Wilderness is here. Lizard Beans Chain. Who else? Bahijajir King Campy. Some of these from yesterday, maybe. Joseph Tavir. So, let's see how we start this off again. I gotta run and get some placeholder cups for some of these things, because giveaways. Oh, I get my gear and brain for a whole day. Also, I'll tell you all right now, we are taking a break at 2 p.m. Eastern. It's going to be a longer break, maybe three and a half hours, because I got to go get some host plants for stick bugs. I got to go pick out my beverages for tomorrow evening. And I have a whole rack of bugs left to do in the office that must be done before I get back to stuff, because there's going to be roaches from that up for grabs. And also Christian's got to get in there and do cleaning. And then there'll be another break eventually where I have to go and take all the stuff that's scattered around my house. Like you can't see them, but there's mesh cages. Maybe you can see them build a bunch of mesh cages and stuff all over the place that needs to be shoved back into the office, like the Darkling Beetle Tower. So Tybrilo asking about collecting plants for stick. Well, we'll start the discussion after we get something put up for grabs here. We're going to do a group of 50. Oh, I got to open up my Excel document. 50 Aeropida insignis starting bid of $1. The pancake or flathorn hissers. Group of 50 starting bid of $1. We'll get those guys going. And what am I doing here? Like that. And save that document, baby. So let's see. Okay. Charlie's waiting on lost mail to show up. And yes, I am already collecting host plants. It's weird. Some stuff is starting to leaf out, like black cherries leafing out, but there's like my was either Dutchman's breeches or squirrel corn hasn't even flowered yet. Like it's just starting to flower, which is weird because usually that starts before everything else is even up. So it's weird. Although things are gonna speed right up the next couple days because it's going up into the high 70s, low 80s over the week. So everything's gonna just gonna fly forwards pretty soon, starting tomorrow. But Yes, honeysuckle is already leafing out, and I use that. I'm feeding Anisomorpha Peru phasma. So, um, pad thai again. I'm gonna have some butt burner spicy bone broth ramen for lunch, and then for dinner, Christian's actually going to make a roast. So, um, break into an office supply store. Have Christian do that part. If I think if I told it to him in just the right way, like, listen, we're not breaking in. We're entering without permission while nobody's here and taking things. He might he might play along with the bit. Um, question, Kyle. Will you perhaps have a Van Weerbeck obsidian from TJ today? That might be on the list of TJ stuff. I'd have to check it again, but I actually keep killing those that TJ keeps sending to me, and I keep screwing up with those, even though I have the stock they come from doing just fine. So I should put more effort into raising those, actually. We're getting phasmid this Palooza. I believe so. Are all roaches implied mixed nymph and adults unless otherwise stated? Yes, you can ask here also for like what the count looks like. This is a lot of, it's mostly like medium nymphs of the insignis. Here's an X for those. So you again, there's a great question to ask in the YouTube live stream, because I can give you the answer right away here. Good mix of stuff. Good mix of stuff. And again, we're still missing probably another 30 to 40-ish items. Again, I got to get into the office, and mostly Aeronavega, although there's other stuff higher up on that shelf. And that's also where my pseudoscorpions are, and I want to get some pseudoscorpions in the running tomorrow for other day. So, all right, going once on the insignis. Going twice. Sold. To fine with a winning bid of 81. Our first blood on Roach Day. Winning bid of 81. I will not complain about that. Fine. All right, next up we have 40 Rabdobladin species. Kodakina Balu, Malaysia, starting bid of $1. These are the Bornean leaf mimics. Probably the easiest Rabdobladin / Epilamprine, what used to be Epilamprine, to raise as far as durability. I'm finding, as I had found out before but apparently forgot, that or didn't follow up on, with Rabdobladin and Epilamprine, the most important part of husbandry is a damp leaf pack. They need that fiber or something in leaf litter, and if it's bone dry, they may eat it if their humidity is really high. But what I've been doing is I have so many leaves here because I live in oak forest. I stuff a 5.5 bucket full of them, and I run scalding hot water through it 2-3 times, let it soak, get some of the tannins out, kill off whatever's in there, drain it, and then without even letting it fully dry out or anything, while it's still kind of not soaking wet, but while it's still like really, really like moist, I just take gobs of that and shove it into the Rabdobladin and the Epilamprine tanks. And they do that. That's their thing. Is it seems to be all that fiber and leaf litter and whatever. They really need that to do well. And so in that respect, they're very easy to keep. But if they run out of it, or if conditions get too filthy, they die off like real fast. Do we not get pics today? I think our photo gallery bot is sleeping. I think. I think. Here's an X for those guys. What was it? Where everybody asking, where's the picture bot? How many roaches would you estimate are going up today? about 150, maybe could be more, could be less. It's hard to get a bead on things. A recommendation for non-climbing, non-burrowing, but not too prolific roach species. Why even keep it if it's not going to be prolific? Problem there is you get into stuff that has like one life stage that is not going to fit the bill. Like Paratemnopteryx is a reasonable thing there. Parkablada, Asiablada, kind of in that, but with those, there's climbing adults. And then a lot of the thing is it's kind of mutually exclusive climbing and burrowing. I'll get into that in a second. All right, going once on the species Coda Kinabalu. Going twice. Sold. To Reptipet's dad with a winning bid of 74. Reptipet's dad. Reptipet's bringing it back after an absence during isopods last night. Bringing it back. Winning bid of 74. I'll get into that mutually exclusive thing in a second here. Next up, we have 2 adult pairs, Gromphodorina, Portentosa, King Project calls, starting bid of $1. So these are the hissers I've been breeding up in size, the common hissers. Common, I guess I'm calling them marvelous hissers now to distinguish them from all the hybrid lines. But if you've seen me show off any monster size hissers, it's been this line. So female size is increasing much faster than male size with these guys. So and when I say calls, these are still gigantic. It's just I'm trying to pick the biggest of the big, and so I only held back about 4 females and 1 male to actually like do the next generation. The males, again, the size is increasing incrementally. They still throw minor size, but it's not as small as the regular Cleveland Aquarium minor males tend to be. And the females, the biggest females are like gigantic. They're almost as big as like the biggest Oblongonota females I've seen. So it's definitely on the female side, it's happening faster than males, which is also very interesting. I'm wondering what the mechanism behind that is. Is it because these big females are making gigantic litters and it's being selected for? I wonder what could I do something next level here? And I got it. I'm going to print screen. This is a smart idea. Here we go. We're going to print screen. Oh yeah, this is next level. I got it. Big. Went and grabbed my 1 surviving obsidian princessy to watch the Bugapalooza with me. Yeah, I've killed all my obsidians. I gotta ask TJ for more. When I can actually when I'm like, okay, I'll set them up how I should instead of kind of half arsing it, which I have been doing. I would try to use them, just toss them in with other bugs is to like facilitate stuff and just thinking, oh, they'll grow and they'll be fine, and I'll just pull them out when they're bigger, and they just don't get bigger. So again, funny because I have a big 10-gallon full of the old Cape Cod roaches stock of Princessia, which is the stock that Obsidian's pulled out of. I find it funny. All right, here's an X for the King Project calls. Again, call is, I'm being honest, but these are larger than 95% of other histories you're gonna see anywhere else. Look at them. Look at this, looking like the Pillar Men there from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. All right, going once on the King Project calls. Going twice. Sold. To the lucky winner, which looks like Chris Sniper. Let's see. Barnacle with a winning bid of 62, beating out Chris Sniper. Barnacle. Whoa, thank you. Thank you, Dewey. I love that GIF. It's beautiful. Perfect. Oh, I didn't copy paste the string name and stuff. All right, 62. For the Pillarmen. Maybe that would be a good name for a future line of hissers is Pillarmen. Would be a good cultivar name. I'm gonna think about that, work on that. We have our. I'm gonna do 2 more things, then we're gonna do our first giveaway. That's what got me into the show, the Pillarmen image. All right, what is in here? We have 150 Pancallora species hobby, starting bid of $1. Fisting rodent burrows for Aaron Vega. 5 days later, you get a highly fatal virus. It's over. It's Jover. My bloodstream will be cooked. I do miss fisting rodent burrows and seeing what comes out. I do miss that. I miss that life. I was all about that life for a while. I got to bring it back. Charlie said, I think my problem is my ventilation was too low, so I got some sort of infection. All just died. Yeah, the Princessia can kind of be weird. Like I've gone back and forth keeping them higher vent and lower vent. I think the best you can do is almost treat them like pseudoglomerus, where high vent, but you water them like once or twice a day. Rodent burrows, what they're calling it these days. This King Campy. Oh, I would hope not, but mostly scorpions and snakes. All right. People asking, well, I can hold this up. You can see they are, I'd say they're shoved in here like sardines, but maybe sardines are packed in more like cockroaches. I think cockroaches existed before sardines did. Come on. Focus. About right there. Kind of. And then there's many more you can't, that are just piled into the substrate. All right, thank you for Fine for posting the that old picture. That's from when I lived at my parents' house. Look how happy all those little hobbies are there. Very happy. Maybe a little bit happier than the ones in here. Although these guys are snug as a bug in a tub, and not a half bubble off plum, as some may say. A whole bubble off plum. All right, going once on the species hobbies. Going twice. Sold. To Mad Dog. 4621 with a winning bid of 64. To Mad Dog. Mad Dog, your first blood at the Bugapalooza. And getting some good stuff. Oh, yeah. I like that. All right. We'll do a giveaway after this one. We have a 100 regularis starting bid of $1. Orange domino roaches. It's a lot of smalls and tinies because I just started getting a hatch, but it's 100 and again just crammed into one of these. just utterly smashed and slammed exoskeleton structure. Me who waters my Princessia once a week from Mason. Dewey says, I'm not putting my hand into a rando hole for bugs. Sorry. I feel so. That's unfortunate, Dewey. I feel so bad for you. Sardines are tastier than more umami, less earthy. What is umami? Is a horse? That's was it the savory flavor? The fifth taste. Savory, brothy, or meaty flavor. Oh yeah. Which reminds me, I'm having that beef broth ramen for lunch. That's gonna be great. Aquarimax, hey, good to see you, Russ. Good luck to all the bidders. Good luck as well to our auctioneer, to all. May your cultures ever be bountiful. Thanks for popping in, Russ. Good to see you. Dewey says it's MSG is umami, basically. Charlie doesn't know how regularis are doing. They're in an enclosure, tons of hiding space, so I can't see the nymphs. Caught one in the food dish at one point. Yeah, that's pretty typical for lower density Thuria cultures. And then at one point, hopefully you hit critical mass and there's just trillions. All right, here's an X for the flood of regularis. And for the first time in a while, we're going to have all three of the common hobby Thuria represented at this auction. Any discoids today? I skipped over several discoid cultures while packing, but I can't remember if I actually packed any up. I figured somebody would want some, but I don't remember packing any. So we'll see. I don't know. All right, going once on the orange domino roaches. Going twice. Sold. 2 could be Love with Scales or could be Phil D. Let's see. Excuse me. Oh, a hiccup there. It is Phil D. With a winning bid of 122 to Phil D. 122. And we'll do a giveaway now. All right. And our giveaway is for 20 Thuria Burnharti, formerly labeled Petavariana. I'm going to have to do this for years. It's going to always be the artist formerly known as Thuria Petavariana. Let's see what trivia we still got from yesterday. Actually, we've had quite a surge of fresh trivia. Both Ashley and Will sent me some fresh trivia. We're going to go right for some Will stuff, more historical trivia. All right. All right, this is a good one. I like this, and Will said this was his, I think his favorite due to it being interesting trivia. Very interesting trivia. I think it's very interesting. All right, Marshal Bernadotte, one of Napoleon's generals, was offered the crown of Sweden. After taking it, he refused to let doctors see him shirtless due to his chest tattoo. What did it say? This is a very good one. I think this is a really good one. Finland. Again, this is just interesting trivia to know too. If even anybody who's furiously Googling it. All right, you got it in French there, cool kid. Cool kid 129, you got it. It said Mort au Roi, which is death to kings, which is interesting. Will had it in English, but I fortunately can read French, so anyway, so yes, so death to kings. And there you have it. Cool kid. Cool. Nah, definitely said Finland. Cool kid 12981. You've won. You've won the Death to Kings. Thuria Burn Hartai give YouTube cool kid 129. All right. I'm realizing that actually saying stuff in the stream and then typing it out, like, I don't know, like 10 seconds later, is really good, because then you guys, if anybody actually knows it off the top of their head, they can say it without having to, they won't speed copy paste and whatnot. Emperors only, eh, Nappy? French are well known for their loving history with kings. That's hilarious. Humorous. All right, next up, a group of 50 Gyna Centurion roaches, starting bid of $1. I'm going to edit for locality information because we actually have that. The Gambia. The Gambia is the locality for our hobby stock of Centurion roaches from the Gambia. And I often forget that. There goes Blue over the neighbor's fence. So currently Nazig's going into heat, but she's not fully receptive yet. So Christian's still getting the garage ready for her. Victor's inside with Nazig. Purple, the puppy that I'm still working on getting to a good home, is inside. But Garo, the male puppy that I'm keeping, is outside on yard duty right now. So Garo's out there doing a good job. He's a sweet boy. We'll do when I do a burns the sock burning live stream. Everybody will get to meet him because he's the sweetest little guy. So just of note. What kind of dogs, says Tyler Draws? Armenian Gompers. They are my beloved beasts of burden, and they're big, loving dogs that are great with all kinds of livestock and animals, and absolute savages to animals they don't know. And I love them dearly, and very good with people too. So, and they're I don't know, you can look me up on gomper.org to see my profile, to see the parents, but usually I try to when I do a live stream or something, like when I'm out doing the yard work garden guide live stream or bug hunting at night live stream, I'll have them with me or something when they're here. Eric Matthews says, I kept my pill roaches in similar environment as Gyna. Gyna are all fine, pills died. Gyna like high vent, half moist, half dry substrate, and Gyna have a super high metabolism. And if they crash hard, and it's very hard to pull them back from a crash. But when they're going, it's like handfuls of food, just keep it coming. Almost like Pycnoscelis, but without the durability. Double Z says, I just woke up. Good morning, sleepyhead. Is it black or brown? I think it's probably dependent on humidity and diet, whether the females look more blackish or brownish. But the males are definitively like red. There's a lot of red and pink in the colors. Where's my picture? And yes, it's sexual dimorphism. Centurio, let's see. Yeah, this is a picture of a male. Yeah, very pretty roaches. Gyna are absolutely beautiful roaches, and I look forward to the day we get another species in culture. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. 2 looks like Love with Scales, but let's see. I'm control R-ing. It is Love with Scales with a winning bid of 48. And now still years. Well, I guess I lost them, and then I restarted them with original stock. I had to re-isolate them. My yellow Gynoluridas. I'm still trying to get them up to infestation levels. Wires are cross-typing stuff out. Yeah, I look forward to having a giant colony of yellows again. It's been a while, and people like them so much. All right, we have a group of 50 Paraplaneta Americana Venom, and it includes some freebie magic potion, pure magic potions, because I keep them together, and it's impossible to keep. I can easily pick out the magic potions from the colony to pack the magic potions purely, but when I'm collecting the venoms, there's always magic potions that fall in there. Look, you can see one of them there. They really are best friends, the two of them, the two species. Charlie Bug says, it's raining outside. I've got the OG Minecraft soundtrack on, got my Roach chill in my hand. Wonderful vibes this morning. You know, I can do without the rain. And it's nice and sunny, Mr. Blue Sky outside right now, but it's also cold. I think it's only getting up in the 50s today and then going back into the 40s at night. And then tomorrow's the real trip. Yeah. It's a high of 56 today. Nighttime's going to be low 40s, but then tomorrow 75 daytime, and then we're going all the way up to 80 almost on Tuesday with the rain moving in. So I look forward to that. Oh, this chat moved fast. You guys moved fast. Somebody says me or YouTube stream keeps stuttering sometimes. Yeah, it could be server side somethings. Double Z says that's how I got my colony of magic potions. I will say these are older magic potions. Because I tossed them in with the venoms a couple of years ago. They're pure magic potions, but they haven't been kept up on like some of the magic potion stock that I have for Sunday. That's the newest iteration where I pulled the highest yellows and put them into a fresh enclosure. And then that's again to continue upbreeding for the markings and whatnot. So they're still pure magic potions. They still have more yellow than mixed stock and than Japanese Dalmatians, but they're not the cutting edge of the breed currently. So, and just perfectly fine, nothing wrong with them. They still meet the cut. They're just not the creme de la creme. There's an X for them. Vems are on my want list. I feel like it's hard to accidentally kill Americana. You'd be surprised what you can kill easily. Magic Potions got update 3.0. Dewey says, I love Hitchhiker, Springtails, and Ice Pods, and the such. Cool Kid said, reminds me of when I got some earwigs from TJ and I have an entire colony of tropical pinks. Yeah. It's the little things. They say the best things in life are free. Like free bugs. All right, going once on the Venom Americanas with some magic potions. Going twice. Sold. To Mad Dog, 4621 with a winning bid of 71. To Mad Dog. Hey, Mad Dog. The winning bid of 71 to Mad Dog. All right, next on the list we have a group of Kuchiku. The funny guy. Theria Burnharti, formerly labeled as Pediveriana. Starting bid of $1. 60 Burnharti. This is from, if you remember the trivia yesterday, my colony that dates back to Matt K in early 2010. So this is old stock. It's not the whatever happened with the European stock where a certain breeder mixed short hindwing and long hindwing forms together in their culture and redistributed them. Who knows if those were two separate populations or two separate species. And the Theria species do hybridize, so there's that too. So this is good old-fashioned old guard stock of these guys. Chain killed B. Germanica. I killed them too. I had a stone centipede in with the collie. I was like, why are the German roaches disappearing? And then it became clear eventually. So, also, these paraplegia can easily be kept free range. The more you know, says Double Z. This new picture bot is pretty good. Who's the new picture bot? Why does that feel Ugg fine? Thank you, Ugg fine. Why does this feel wrong? I feel like the adults of my stock don't match the. Is this a picture from that looks like um Martin? Looks like Martin's photography, but I feel like the Burnharti female on the left doesn't look like my stock of Burnharti, which might be saying something. Again, we don't know how diverse this genus actually is. So this is, although this is a male picture, I guess. I mean, it could just be natural variation. It could be the strains, but it just seems a little off to me. But regardless, these are, geez, how deep down the Thuria rabbit hole are we going to go? Yeah, it is Martin. Yeah. And of course, the reason I've made the switch is, see, and that's the thing. The image the Double Z posted. Double Z, is that my stock in that picture, or is that just a random picture online? I guess it's a good thing we aren't getting more Thuria in, because there will be more confusion the longer time goes on. Pseudomops today, leech milk, yes. Your stock, huh? I wonder. It's so I have noticed also. I guess I had forgotten about this factor. The spots do vary with humidity. If you keep them, if they're kept too dry or too moist, you'll get more aberrant markings on them. And my colony is very consistent day in, day out. It produces only the evenly spotted forms under my conditions. But when I used to keep them in lower ventilation setups, I would get individuals popping up with the weird, the off kilter wing markings, and people have been trying to upbreed for that. Also, I think Chandra Orr was trying to upbreed for solid white, which would be really cool. But it's just, in my experience, it's not heritable. All right, here's an X for bidding. Remember, don't I have a rule about only whole numbers now? Or maybe, yeah, what was it? Minimum bid increment is $1. So I think that Reptipets is trying to throw people off. But ban him. He's like, okay, whatever, bid 105. Okay, that's good. Are we allowed to bid in cents? What is the source? We used to be able to, actually. And actually, there's no rule against negative bids. So keep that in mind. There's no rule. But of course, if somebody bids $1, it immediately beats out all the negative bids. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Reptipet's dad with a winning bid of 105. Oh, this is going to be a huge box. I can feel it already. Maybe quite a few huge boxes, depending on how Isopod Day continues to go, too. All right, next up we have 100 Ergala. They won't stop coming. What do I do? Oh, my gosh. 100 Ergala species Borneo, formerly labeled Pilosa, starting bid of $1. It was day 6 of the Bugapalooza and you're still waiting on Grain Pass. I have to pester my friend for Grain Pass, actually. We're possible more spider beetles and spider beetle relatives at our fingertips if I pester him. That's very important. Is it time for barn dust with spider beetles? Oh, whoa. We will see, I guess. Ooh, Instagram. My easily distractedness is popping up. Something in Espanol. I don't speak that island language, to quote one of my favorite characters. I don't speak that language, although Instagram does for me. What is this low diff fight, bro? Oh, people fighting over the Borneos? I went on iNet and B Giganteus from the middle of Amazon. Looks so cool. All right, Island Boy. Let's see. Well, now I have to look this up. Although isn't Giganteus restricted to Central America? Oh, complex Blabberus Giganteus. Yeah, good luck with that. Somebody's going to have to spend their whole life sorting out Blabberus. Oh, my lord. There are so many. Oh, again, this is a problem. These aren't even gigant. Some of these clearly are not even close to Giganteus. What the heck? INAD is just pooping the bed. Are they? Who is looking at this? Some of these are. Ooh, that's a really pretty. That is not Giganteus. Everybody just, if it's big and this is like the Cranifer situation. If it's big and it has hairs on the wings, it's Cranifer. Somebody's gonna have to fix this. Who made this mess? Not me. Again, I thought Giganteus proper was restricted to Central America, is what I believe. And you put in Blabberus Giganteus complex and it groups Cranifer. Oh my god. Somebody just go do molecular work. Go sample and do molecular work. How hard is it to travel through war-torn Central American countries and collect bugs from the middle of nowhere while not caring about your own personal safety? Come on, guys. All right, here's an X for the Ergalas. Kyle, do I need to send you the website for the Tribolium castaneum? Yes, you do. I need. Although somebody here was telling me, I think it was Devin No Name, said they found some castaneum in something they just bought. So, look what you did, guys. You triggered him. Bam Dust. Did you find a Tinus population? Yeah, somebody might. One of my friends may have found a Tinus population. Kyle crash out activated. I made it for today's stream. Good to see you, Jose Nunez. I look forward to your memory. You kind of did make the mess, Kyle, by not being on INET 24/7. Not that I'm even particularly better suited, considering my knowledge of stuff comes almost exclusively from mislabeled hobby stock. But at least I can tell you what Giganteus is and what Atropos group Diet Blabberus look like. That's like the extent of my ability. That's the extent of basically anybody's ability, honestly. Cleaned up some roach posts. It's a lost cause until somebody redoes Blabberus. The Central American species alone will drive somebody crazy. I can't imagine with how extensive they are across South America what that would look like, having to redo those. Honestly, the best thing to do is just label localities for stuff. All right, going once on the Borneos, Blabberus species wherever. Going twice. Sold. To Phil D with a winning bid of 75. All right, next up we have a fun one. Remember how I was talking about Epilamprine and Rabdobladin? We have one of my favorite roaches. We have 20 Epilampra, Maya, Arcadia, Florida. Man, it was kind of soul crushing going back to where we found these on that first Florida trip, because they put like, it's a park, but I don't want to speak badly of people, but there's a house, there's one house across from the parking lot for this little park area. And I feel like lady who lives there, the wife of the husband, whatever. There seems to be an old couple, and it seems like, and she's probably had all kinds of people, kids coming out and blowing off firecrackers and all kinds of havoc. But I just get the feeling that the changes to this little park are mostly from complaints from the homeowner, because they put up all this short fencing and put all this stuff like no standing on the rocks, no doing this, no doing that, no all this stuff. And it's like, this park is this supposed park space is like the size of my backyard. It's got to be only about like, I don't know, 0.3 acres or something. And like, again, I'm sure you living across from a small public, like living right in the parking lot, basically of a small public space, you probably see all kinds of crazy stuff. Florida man probably comes through every couple of months, but it just seemed a little excessive. It's what do you do with this park plate? What do you do? What are you supposed to do here? There's like a muddy stream bank, a pile of a bunch of rocks, and like a forested area that's overgrown with all kinds of, looks like a bunch of invasive vetches and stuff like that. What are you supposed to do? You don't climb on the rocks, don't do this, don't go there. Here's a fence so you can, instead of walking down the rocks, you have to go down the one little path to get to the water so you can stand there, and I guess you could fish, I guess. So Arcadia's garbage, speak as badly as you want. So but it's so that's where we found the Maya, and it was not like that when we first went there. There was none of all that red tape and stuff. So it's very difficult to, it would be very difficult, if not impossible, to find them again there, given that red tape. Are you not just describing all of Florida? There's been great spots in Florida. There's a bunch of national forest, and there's public walking trails and stuff like that. And if I recall, there are signs in the visitors center in the Everglades National Park. The Everglades National Park Visitor Center literally has signage that says, have fun, go off the trails in your galoshes and stuff like that. So and Keys have been too with the state parks, and the Panhandle Apalachicola is a lot of fun too. So I don't know, but at least we have them, and they are in a precarious position where we could lose them. Auburn already lost their colony. So these, if you don't win these here, I am going to be putting up a conservation group of them with the next big baby boom that they have, because more people need to have them. And if you saw my Instagram post, you can keep these at least with Armadillium nasatum and the Eurycotus, one of the Central American Eurycotus species. So, all right, going once on the Epilrama. Going twice. Sold. To Double Z with a winning bid of 81. Double Z, crazy. Crazy, yeah. You observant. Oh, Double Z, that's your first auction win too. Congrats on your first blood at the Bugapalooza. Observant folks may also notice that my actual general Discord username is Epilampra. You may notice such a thing. All right, next up we have 50 Hemitherscura paleata, starting bid of $1. Don't worry, everybody. The Vittata are coming. My Vittata colony is doing the best it has ever done in the history of me having it. I don't even water them daily anymore, and they're doing phenomenal. And also, all Vittata colonies will come with some Courteous parasci. They live together. They do great together. You're going to end up with parasci too. Sorry. Florida is also a great place to get iguana bouquets. What's an iguana bouquet? Florida should say, help yourself to our invasives. Yeah, it's kind of too far gone. The Everglades, my favorite tegu herping habitat. Yeah, it's funny how things either get blanket banned and then it's like, this is ridiculous, or they're very cautious to do anything, and by the time they actually do something, it's like in Michigan, it's like, oh, you can't possess live round gobies. It's like, all right, now that they're in every body of water, you do this. So like people couldn't like use them for something. I mean, you can take them dead, but again, it's like okay. or emerald ash borer, or it's like you can't, it's illegal to possess in Michigan. All right, all right. I guess all my infected ash trees make me violating state. Not me personally, but if you had a bunch of ash trees on your property, I guess having infected ash trees makes you it's illegal to even have. And now that they've already destroyed all the ash trees, we can worry about them, I guess. When the cold spike happened, people were gathering iguanas like they were flower bouquets. Here's an X for the Paleata. Yeah, that would be great if you were like homeless or like just into like local organic eating. Also funny how the horseshoe theory of being homeless and liking locally sourced, cruelty-free organic things, they kind of horseshoe there. If you were to just eat the iguanas in Florida, it's like all that free protein, I guess, and it's locally grown and whatever. I'm a big fan of the meme of horseshoe theory. Big fan of that meme. That meme ideology. All right, going once on the Paleata. Going twice. Sold. Another fill approaches. To solutionist nonsense. I always have a hard time typing that out. Winning bid of 72. We have a rival Phil who has appeared out of the muck. A rival Phil approaches. Man, it's almost 11. Thank you. The two Phils meeting. We're going to pin that. It was mind-breaking. Spoilers for JoJo. It was mind-breaking when you see that at the end of part 3. It was great. That's the kind of thing anime needs to do more of, is that sort of interesting fan service. All right, 30. Deropeltus Polino starting bid of $1. To this day, I can't figure out exactly what Deropeltus wants. Like to be optimal and happy. I can't figure it out. I have a suspicion they might prefer Pseudoglomerus magnifica husbandry. They might like high air humidity but high ventilation, or maybe high air humidity, low. I can't figure them out. I don't know. Shane, you're the one who gave me my Paleata when I lost them. You were like the last guy with them, and I haven't had any problems with them since. Exactly. Willie says, any new Uricotis? We may have some new Uricotis. Double Z asking about Magnifica. Perhaps. This one lady was on the news for selling grilled iguana. Charlie says it tastes like chicken. I would like to try it. I would. How many roach species do you have to cause a bloodbath? Oh, I have a couple, hopefully. Mason, your list was entirely roaches. It may have to get crammed in tomorrow. I just got to see how the pace of today goes, because I have 3 or 4 people I have to put stuff up for, and it's easier for me, instead of having to pause this and go sort through everything and figure out where roaches are, like just to shove them all up at once. And also Sunday tends to have the highest viewership the later the day goes. So here's an X for the Polino. Higher humidity, low surface moisture. Yeah, that seems to be about right. And wood cellulose stuff seems to be an important part of their diet. Deropeltus prefers to be near TJ. I second that. Perhaps some Eucharidia. I mean, there's a Eucharidia on the promo material. Random commenter man says these are fairly universal, but it seems like they crash randomly a fair bit. My last collie was doing great, but then it just stopped breeding. Yeah, so only 16 likes. Engage the algorithm. Get me some likes, guys. We need some likes. While we wrap up the Polino going once. Going twice. Sold. To Blado Beans with a winning bid of 99 to Blado Beans. Whoa. Winning bid from Blado Beans out of nowhere with the steel chair. With the steel $99. All right, I'll rant some more about Deropeltus once they put these up. We have another group of 50. Aeropida, insignis, starting bid of $1. Got another group of these, another groupies. Yeah, I can't figure out Deropeltus to save my life. I feel like Auburn had them dry and they were doing well, and they had a wick waterer. And when I was younger, I remember doing well with them in the very low vent setup. And I think Carlos from Tropical Isopods, when he showed us his colony years ago, he had tons of them in a low vent bin. But that sometimes you do that and they all die. So what I'm going to propose is they probably pictures of them in the wild usually have like the females, they're in like rotting logs that are kind of dry ish. So what I think is probably that like wood pulp is probably an important part of the diet. And if they eat all of it in the enclosure, like they may even not even care about the high low humidity and ventilation so much as they need paper pulp or something to be moist enough that they can chew it and get it, because it's kind of I'm thinking it's like a Epilamprine Rabdobladin situation where they need that fiber needs to move through them, and maybe kind of like Panestia too, where they need that they eat the other stuff but they still need that I get in humans you call was it insoluble fiber basically to keep them healthy and doing well. So and no, Masai Mara is no longer in the U.S. to my knowledge, which is unfortunate. We have two other species now we've never had before. If we can ever get those off the ground, TJ was doing well with both of them. So and I've got a pair of the what of that large is a South African. There's the tiny Republic of South Africa ones which are doing okay with me. I'm afraid I might lose them, but I did send some to TJ, and then TJ sent me a pair of where the gigantic species is. I think was from East Africa maybe. Chain says I was away for too long due to unfortunate circumstances. Many of my culture desiccated or froze. That is very sucky, but you're in luck because I have so many Palliata. So let me know, you can get some back. One like equals one roach gets a toy for Christmas. Think of the roach as the toyless roaches. Double Z says still waiting for my Polino Waiute hatch. How long has it been? Usually, I think 2 months max for them is my experience. I don't play if I want it bad enough from Lizard Beams. So it seems. Here's an X for the Insignis. Eric Matthews says, if we make an order from site, do we still get free shipping for $100? Yes, but I'm gonna try and turn away people from adding stuff to the boxes because I want to get them out this week before the temperature tanks, and I can't do that if people are adding more and more. So maybe what I'll do is I'll meet people halfway and say, can't add to this box. Sorry, it's just got to get out all your auction stuff, but I'll give you 50% off of shipping or something like that to place an order after this. Double Z says I got some Deropeltus species, Republic of South Africa. Yeah, those take good care of them because TJ's all died and mine are, and I don't really know what I'm doing with them. I killed them twice before I got another batch from TJ and they took off, and now they're precarious where I'm getting a lot of weird molted adult males, and maybe my humidity's too high or maybe it's a holdover from it being too low. I don't know any of these things. I better find rove beetles in my box as lizard beans. Just pester me, just remind me. You may want to specify what rove beetles also. All right, going once on the Insignis. Going twice. Sold 2 could be F and A, could be it is solutionist nonsense with a winning bid of 88. F and A, sorry, not today apparently, or at least not now. Winning bid of 88 to solutionist nonsense. And what nonsense it is. Who's next? Oh, these have not made an appearance in a while, and they are doing gangbusters right now. After I think it's been a year and a half since they've done well. Also, do your best. If your colony is doing well, it's time to splinter something off of it. Just general advice for most invertebrates. If it's doing really well, splinter it off because you'll keep that momentum. Because if it crashes and all their whatever's gut biome gets all messed up, it's going to be so much more work and time to pull them out of it. 50 Doralea orani, starting bid of $1. Orange zebra roaches. Again, finally doing really well after a year and a half of me being like, I'm going to lose these. Do you ever let people do pickup? Yes, or meetup or something like that. It really depends on a bunch of factors. Is the Reptipets clan thinking about picking up their gigantic order? I guess where you're located isn't that far of a drive, I suppose. But yeah, you could consider it. We can talk about it. Send it in your claiming emails. So, but yes, Doralea orani, my beloved, Oren's beloved. Actually, it hasn't been formally described. The paper was not published, and I think I was deceived by somebody at one of these fancy Ivy League universities. They told me they were going to finish the publication, and I sent them a bunch of specimens, and they haven't gotten back to me in, I don't know, a year and a half. So I'm wondering if I was deceived. They had the Ivy League end of their email and everything. So perhaps I need to write a stern letter to some of the staff there to let them know about this debauchery. We're only like 10-ish hours. Yes, and we can discuss a pickup or something. We can discuss that. LC bugs reptiles. What's the care on orani? Again, it's one of those things where it's like I don't really know, man. But in general, they seem to like medium substrate, harborage moisture, and medium ventilation. I think if you needed to err out more on the side of more moisture instead of less moisture, they definitely don't do the best in high ventilation. Unless like you have a really good micro habitat like bark pushed to the ground and they can all hide under there and keep a nice good microclimate. Just a medium moisture, medium ventilation sort of species. Although right now in the enclosure, it's funny because the area underneath the ventilation spot is completely dry, and then the back is fairly dry too, but there's a polycarb keeping the moisture on there and whatnot. So is this 80 or 180? Is it 80? Okay, exotic wilderness, you've corrected your bids and it wasn't in the final hour, so you're good. You're good. He corrected his 180. Although I think technically you're supposed to go to the original bid and edit it with the X's, just so that I know. But I understand you've put in the effort, and this is not a high stakes situation yet. So here's an X. Now it's a high stakes situation. Are these similar to harlequins? I think if you're doing well with harlequins, you'll do well with orani. I would think that. So they're from, I think they're both native to similar areas, Southeast Asia. Going to be any little Kenyans or ivories? My Paraplecta colony's been getting harvested out of repeatedly, so they're unlikely. I don't think I packed any Kenyans, but there will be ivories. Would rove beetles harve any ice by millipede or roach cultures? What rove beetle? I would make the argument that Staphylinidae is probably the most speciose family of bugs on the planet. I think that with time, we will find that they are more speciose than weevils are because they're harder to study. They're more understudied. So you're looking for asking if the most specious organism on the planet, again, in my opinion, and from my possibly arguing from ignorance here, um, would harm a couple general categories. I have not had any row beetles pop up that have done damage that have made me say, "Oh yeah, this is a problem. I need to get these out of here." They seem to mostly go after fly larvae in enclosures. I do have the springtail feeding ones also. I'll comment on those in a second. All right, going once on the door, Leo Orani. Going twice. Sold. To Phil D with a winning bid of 90. Oh no, Mason. Winning bid of 90 from Phil D. What was I going? I was on a staffelated rant. All right, we have something really good. This should be tasty to leave up while I rant. 30 Eublaberus Maraajora. These guys are doing so well for me now. They took a while to really get going, but now, and I love them. Every time I look at them, I'm like, I should be grateful that we have these because we coveted them for so long. They seem so unobtainable, and here they are. So rove beetles in my cultures, there's this is going to sound so silly, but there's a tiny species, the Cievdilodia coriaria, which seems to feed exclusively on fly larvae as a larva, and then as adults feed on fly larvae, and then they just kind of go after general like exudates from dead bugs and fruit and jellies and whatever. Then there's, I think it's the genus is Tennis maybe, which is a springtail eater. And in colonies, in cultures where I found those, you would think, oh, they'd eat all the springtails, but they don't. They seem to hit some sort of equilibrium, and it might be because the springtails in the enclosures are not their ideal prey, so they're kind of like stuck in this arms race of the springtails outbreeding them, but being able to get away from them, whatever. So those have never caused any problems either. There was a really cool black and orange species I found on a rotting pumpkin last year in Alabama, and I tossed those in with my Blabberus giganteus, and they bred in there. And I assume they were eating larger fly larvae, and I think I've seen the adults. They're not. I redid my giganteus culture, so I don't see them anymore in there. But I think I tossed a couple adults in another culture that had some forward fly issues, and I think they stuck around in there. And I think they definitely bred with the giganteus on whatever they were eating. It wasn't baby giganteus. But they seem to be at least sticking around in with the, I think at Blabberus boliviensis I put them in with. So that's 3 species. And then there's another elongated species that might feed on fungus that pops up on my pleurotus blocks every once in a while. And I think that's still in some of my beetle enclosures. I have no idea what those eat. And if any of these species were to be a problem, I think it could be those, because I don't think I see a high diversity of stuff in those enclosures, but it's speculation. I don't have any hard evidence for that. All right, here's an X for the Majora's Mask cockroach. I don't know why this picture shows the mask on the nymph. It's the adult. The markings on the pronotum are what looks like the Majora's Mask, even with a little like kind of the spiky motif and all that stuff. So I love these, but they take so long to mature. The Maraajora, it might be a density thing if you keep them. 9 months from now, much like ants, rove beetles aren't a problem until they're a problem. Well, the Delodia have been around for over a decade at this point. So I know those aren't a problem. The tennis have been around for maybe 4 or 5 years. I know those aren't a problem. The orange and blacks have only been around for a year, so that could be a problem, but they haven't caused anything in with the blabberids they're with, so I'm not concerned. But that other species is too big to actively get between bins on its own. But again, I'll keep an eyeball on it and see what happens. All right, going once on the Eublaberus Maraajora. Going twice. Sold. I'm control Ring. Even though there's a backslash in FNA's bid, it would still count. It's Devin, though. It's Devin. I refresh. It is Devin No Name. I think there's one more group of Maraajoras coming up eventually. So don't get too distraught. A lot of stuff here should have more than one group. The snipes today on point. Yeah, it's pretty vicious, and it's not even noon yet. 30 polyphag Saucerai, starting bid of $1. So I failed with Plancy. I don't know why, although I suspect they don't want Saucerai or Egyptiacare. I suspect that Plancy wants Eupolyphagicare, which is much higher humidity, and that might be why I failed with them. So I have TJ sent me a bunch of ooths of Plancy. So if those end up hatching, I'll keep those more like Eupolyphaga. And then he also sent me some Polyphaga obscura ooths, which apparently he can't hatch, and apparently I haven't been able to hatch yet. They look good, and they might just take forever. It's a parthenogenetic line of obscura, so they may end up taking much longer, and they may want humidity fluctuations. I don't know. Eventually, they'll hatch. So I'm trying to force them to hatch by keeping them warmer and more humid. So round teardrop shape rove beetle. Those I have kept and bred those before, and I like those a lot. Crab-like rove beetles. I can't remember what the tribe name is for those. Those are fungivores, and I like them a lot. And the unfortunate thing is they're probably very particular about which types of fungus they feed on. Some of them might be more generalist, some of them might be more specific. What I should do is put out a block of pleurotus, which I will do, put out some blocks of pleurotus and cover them up with something, and then check them after a week during the summer, especially after some warm, humid weather, and just see what's crawling around on them. That's the fun thing, is seeing what comes in on things. Yes, this is a parthenogenetic line of Saucerai also. When micro roaches, you just gotta wait, Dewey. Also, there's micro roaches I still have to pack on the rack. I gotta do at break time. I want fly eaters and spring eaters. Yeah, the CF Delodia are much more common than the springtail eaters. The springtail eaters came in, I'm pretty sure, with poorly sterilized leaf litter or with or on pleurotus blocks, perhaps. So they're much more. I don't have as good of a bead on what bins they're in. It's more like I'll go to work on something like, oh, here's the springtail feeding rove beetles colonizing this container. Cool. The mask is from an Invert Dude article. Yeah, it's a TJ thing. Will any of your rove beetles also eat moth larvae? What type of moth, actually? I'll wrap up the Saucerai bidding here, or we'll start wrapping it up, because I have a parasitoid. There's a brackenid wasp, and I love them, that goes after Pyralis pupae, or maybe it's the larvae. It goes after some life stage of Pyralis, and the Pyralis colonized my Eleodes bins, and they seem to be kind of not at war, but they always, like, it's bad to have too many of them in the bin, but just a small number seems to help the Eleodes larvae. But then, because the bins are just open top, the braconids also really heavily go after the Pyralis in there and kind of keep them in check. So if you need something to control Pyralis, I do have a parasitoid for those. They're not 100% efficacious, but they're nice to have around. Kyle, show us your bugs. I at you. Those pyro moths. Let's wrap up the Saucerai here, and I'll check the show us your bugs. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To fill the winner. Fill the winner. I'm going to call you Dark Phil. just because it's like I already have Phil D on everything, and it's too stuck in my mind to like keep the two of you as separate entities, and also it might confuse Christian when he's doing things. So I'm gonna call you Dark Phil. What was the winning bid from Dark? The guys get too much bread. 89, winning bid of 89 from in my internal reference sheets. No, I'm going to still call you Dark Phil because Phil D, you're going to be competing for the autofill. It'll save you some time. So you're now Dark Phil. Phil Light and Phil Dark, Phil the Gray and Phil the White. All right. Speaking of dark, actually, better start doing some more winning if you wanted to earn that name. Phil and Anti Phil. All right, 200. It's probably like 200 plus. Pycnoscalus surinamensis dark. Starting bid of $1. After this one, I'm gonna just run and check in with Christian and see how he's doing on stuff. And also check on Garo, who's outside, and see how he's doing solo right now. He may want to come in. String Bean says, I asked for some fungus net robials at Taylor Tracer. I would love a culture still. Wait, didn't I give somebody a little cup of a couple of adults that I pulled out of something? Usually all it takes is one female to get the ball rolling, but just pester me. Pestering me is the best thing anybody can do if you want something. And if I give you permission to pester me, you can be as obnoxious as you want. The worst thing I can say is keep pestering me or wait a week and pester me again. Let's see. Mr. Nate is going to drop off. He has something for the grain pest auction that he's going to drop off. And it looks like the barn cleaning that will involve spider beetles is on the horizon. So we may have some more Tiny coming into culture in the next couple of months, which would be spectacular. Let's check on the show us your bugs. Uricotis 1 year later from the Uricotis that all of us are losing, but yours are doing great. It warms my heart to see them. So it looks like there's so many. I gotta swap you for some more of those. I've almost killed mine. So keys to your success. Here's what I'm gonna say. Do you have full top ventilation on those? Is it full top ventilation or low ventilation, Mason? On your the Uricotis that everybody's losing except for you. Alan says, Kyle, your stuff is selling pretty well at the show. Yes, more dollary dues that are going to be dumped into bills and house renovations and other things that I can't talk about necessarily. High vents in the sides. Okay, so it seems a medium moisture level is what they want, and my colony's probably has messed up gut flora. Also, is probably part of the problems. Water once a week, heavily, otherwise pretty dry. Yeah, that seems like how I was keeping them initially. So I'll get a chunk off of you. I'll beg you for like 50 or so of them. We'll do a swap, and I'll toss them into a new 5.5, and I'll use all fresh materials, and I'm sure they'll keep going. But the funny part is, I thought I was going to lose the larger species, and the larger species is going nuts right now. There's a bunch of them in. I threw extras in with my Epilampra, and they're doing well in there. Epilampra Maya, I have to specify now. And then the culture I put on there in their own 5.5 is doing well too. So, but good job on keeping those from disappearing. Here's an X for the Pycnoscalus, everybody. Oh, we have something real fun up next. Something real fun. Let me make sure they're doing okay. Make sure my finger doesn't get bit. Oh, yeah, they're doing good. Again, something real fun up next. Larger species take me forever, so please swap me for those. Oh, yeah, I'll have plenty of those I can swap you for. What Uricotis is it? We have no idea what either of these species are, actually. No idea what either of them are. All right, going once on the Dark Surinams. Going twice. Sold. To Ugg Fine Well, so you won with the 34, but you did the jump. I'm gonna have to keep that. I'm gonna have to keep that with a winning bid of 70. To Ugh, fine. You did type it in. It's not too outrageous, and as is specified in the rules, the interpretation of these things is completely up to my discretion. So, however, I have been known to exhibit small acts of mercy here and there. So perhaps we will discuss that when you square up. However, on the books and on paper, you did win with that bid of 70, and my whoops, that is not the right cup. I'm writing on the cup for the next thing. Ugh, fine. Ugh, fine. I guess I'll win that bid. Here's something really cool. Really, really cool. I can finally offer these. 20 Zootermopsis. And Alan just dropped off Nevadensis for me to see today, a little colony of them. Thank you very much for those. And identified these as Angusticalis from Cheshire, Oregon. I think it's been 2 years since I got the colony, and they're now producing a good amount of nymphs. So I love Zootermopsis. I love termites. I mean, they're just fancy. They're just specialized roaches. Is the chupacabra next? Pretty sure TJ is going good with those Eurycotus as well. That's good to hear. However, Masons are much more accessible to me, and I can haggle for more of them. So see if Biolii, TJ suspects, and I agree. My problem with the Biolii analysis, maybe I don't have a problem with it. Although somebody I know who is an actual does taxonomist, he does identification for a living, and he has a PhD. Has seen Eurycotus biolii in, where was he? Maybe it was Ecuador, and doesn't seem to match, I think, the pictures he sent of biolii to me. So, Cool Cassie, if it comes to the queen, there's no queen here, but Zootermopsis, and I honestly think a lot of termites are like this, and they're just they're not kept. People don't try to keep them to get. People don't take these weird, highly differentiated termites like the Zoototermes and stuff like that, and collect a bunch of tiny babies and raise them up without a queen or whatever to see if you can actually force secondary reproductives in that context. Like, people don't do that. But Zootermopsis is well documented that you can just split the colony up and they differentiate even late into development into reproductives. If you get these going, it's delightful to hear them headbang the tunnels when disturbed. They were doing that in the main piece of wood in the enclosure. I heard a lot of ticking. So won't help that you had them labeled improperly. I need to discuss with a certain somebody about that as well. We getting North American hissing cockroaches, Cryptocercus. I still can't breed Cryptocercus to save my life, and I will revisit them probably once I moved with a full facility, and I will try temperature cycling, and I will try all this other stuff to try and get them to go, because I just can't, apparently. All right, here's an X for the Angusticalis. How are the goats doing? Betsy's not doing so well. I had a bunch of vet tests done on her. She's currently living at a friend of mine's place, but the vet tests all came back negative. Like, apparently she's been losing a lot of weight, and they ran it for all the standard like goat killing diseases. She came back negative for everything, low parasite load, all this stuff. So the suspicion is maybe there's liver flukes, and that tends not to show up on a lot of these results, but can cause some of the things that are being seen. So she's getting treated for that. But Bo's fine. Bo will always be fine. Do you keep them like ants? I'm interested, but pretty ignorant. You have other termites. So many questions, everybody. All right. Going once on the Zootermopsis, and I'll try to answer them once we wrap these up. Going twice. Sold. to looks like Yarn or Barnacle. Yarn and Barnacle. It is to Barnacle with a winning bid of 57. I believe the reason you use colonies is because termites molt to penultimate instar as workers, no eyes, and then respond to pheromone changes and molt into reproductive adults as their final instar. Yeah, I imagine they can do. They're well studied to do all kinds of weird things like roaches can too, especially like bladids can do a lot of weird stuff like stationary and reverse molts, and some ectobioids can do stuff like that too. Let me put up a group of 200 plus Pycnoscelis species, Surinamensis, U.S. hobby starting bid of $1. Thank you for the ice. You should save that for Sunday. I can't. The Latin tongue songs for $75. Oh, I can't believe that. That was crazy. Anyways, I'm sure there's all kinds of weird things termites can do that we have studied or have documented some of them, but that most of them can probably do. So I would like to continue acquiring weird little termites here and there. So far, I successfully have CF Neotermes, was it Julini from Key Largo or Big Pine Key going consistently. I've had those for like 4 years. I actually don't know how many are in the colony because they make such tight colonies in the pieces of wood, and you basically like have to destroy the wood to get them to check on them. Reticulate Termes Aeronincola from Western Michigan is doing really well, and I will have some of those up. I have to go pack them up at the break, actually. Zootermopsis, I just got Zootermopsis nevadensis today, which is going to be easier because there's primary reproductives in there. And I need to get some. I have a small group of Flavipes from Ann Arbor, Michigan, but they've been there. They've been singing a cup for years and haven't done anything yet. Although it did seem like I was just getting secondary reproductives like 6 months ago. But I would kind of like to start with a larger group of those. I need to just get Flavipes going again. And then Hesperus, I need to get a good group of again. All right, here's an X for the Surinams. Termites would be so cool to keep, but bringing termites in this house with my mom executing me in the street. It's the drywood termites you really need to look out for. Reticular termes are found all over the U.S. The dampwood termites aren't a big issue indoors, but drywood termites will literally eat your house, especially if you live in a more humid climate like down south. They will eat your standing house to pieces. So, Lizardbean says those are dampwoods. If you have them infesting your house, you had other issues to start. Kim at Isorare bought my Class A Termitat with these guys. Can you add in for a different colony, or would they kill each other? Bug Guide Notes has weird conflicting notes on that. It was noting that adjacent colonies will fight in war, but then they'll also merge if the queen and king are killed. And it seems it's probably very situational, and I'm more inclined to think that because this is a species that has so many secondary reproductives normally, that adjacent colonies will just merge instead of fighting. But you can find out. I'd also make sure that your Zootermopsis are the same species as mine, because Nevadensis and Angusticalis can be kind of hard to tell apart. Although seeing the soldiers next to each other, it's much more obvious. Joshua Tree has lots of termites there. I need the third Zootermopsis species. There's a third one from Arizona, and there's records from where we usually go to Arizona on our trips, but I've never found Zootermopsis there. So maybe if I went this summer, I would go hunting for Zootermopsis in the Chiricahuas, because I want that species too. All right, going once on the Surinamensis. Going twice. Sold to Chris Sniper with a winning bid of 55. To Chris Sniper, Chris's first win today, I think. Winning bid of 55. Also, pretty much all of my Pycnoscelis colonies are at plague levels. The only one that isn't is the hobby stock of Indicus, but the Hawaiian Indicus are doing fantastic. Let's do, we've got a surprising number of repeats in this stuff here. I don't know why. I tried to pick piles at random. Maybe that's why. All right, 200 plus Pycnoscelis striatus, starting bid of $1. These cups are just crammed full of Pycnoscelis. It's at the point where to pack for these, I don't even do onesie twosie anymore. I just take the cup and I scoop up substrate from the enclosure, and that's what you get. So they're just on top of each other. Turn plus is around 60 market value, says Cool Kid. I want to see if Nathamatermes can be called. I am sure they can all be cultured. I think, and this may come from ignorance, I think a lot of termites, when isolated from the extreme selective pressure that is ants and the environment, are probably similar to a lot of roaches where there is just a baseline needs that they have. And being a eusocial insect, it's a lot easier for them to adapt when removed from those environmental selective pressures. And the diet for most of them is just it's plant matter. It's usually wood, and sometimes it's other stuff and like harvester termites and whatnot, but it's mostly wood, and that's very easy to give to. I mean, it's just paper and whatnot. So, Passionate Fruit said, I had dampwood termites eating my house's siding a few years ago. Was it a reticulate termite species? But they breed super fast. People tell you about the Pycnoscelis, it would seem. So, but yeah, I do like termites. I think they're radical. And seeing baby Macropanessia, you really, even though they're further on the family tree from termites than things like Cryptocercus are, you really see some similarities in how a roachoid insect could become a termite over time. How you could see the body plan there and how it would stretch and modify to become that. So we need to mix this up. Again, I tried to pick stuff at random and I ended up getting stacks that had similar things in them, which is disappointing. So we're gonna try and split some other stuff into here. But splice some other things. These should all definitely be different. So I'm going to try and take from the tops of some of these piles. And after these striatus go, I'll put something spicy up, and then I'm just going to go check in with Christian and use the bathroom because we are an hour and a half in here, everybody. Here's an X for the striatus. A reminder to like the stream to drive up the algorithm. Everybody, Passionate Fruit says, don't know species. If I were allowed to get close enough to identify them, I would have tried to culture them, which I was under strict orders not to. Where, if you don't mind me asking, where are you located? Where in the, you can even just say I'm in the southeastern U.S. or whatever, because that would help. Tenuostratermes. Oh, wait, are these in Texas? Yeah, actually, we ran into these, I think. Tenuostratermes cinereus. We ran into those in Texas on our first Arizona trip. We were driving west through Texas and came across, I think it was like a mesquite, creosote, clay soil, grassland rest stop. We've never stopped there since. I don't think we've been anywhere quite like it since also on our trips. I don't know why we were in that area at that time and why we stopped there, but it seemed like it was after a good rain, and there were the full forage paths of that were the Tenuostratermes there. And I remember collecting some of them, but I was not in the brain ability to set them up in a way that would keep them and do justice to them. So they died pretty quickly on that trip. But giving them a second go, I think I would know how to keep them alive long enough to set them up and see what could be done. And I don't think they would be difficult. If you got enough immatures, I think that they would be they could be pretty straightforward. We ever found the ant roaches? We found Compsotes and never found Adaphylla. What is that other one? All right, going once on the Striatus. What is that other one that I can't remember? Myrmecoblada. We found Myrmecoblada before. We never found Adaphylla, though. Going twice. Sold. I do need to see Adaphylla before I die. I do have to see those. To Ugh, fine, with a winning bid of 65. Who is calling me? Oh, it's Gustavo. Sorry, Gustavo. I can't talk right now. What was I doing? 65 to fine. Sorry, Gustavo. I'm going to have to catch up with you another time. He's probably at the expo right now, wondering if I'm going to be there. Maybe he's thinking about going. Okay, we're putting up a spicy thing while I go run and get another La Croix, or maybe I'll just check on Christian and see how that's going. But all right, 30 Eucaridia Linglong from, and I butcher this every time. And every time I say, guys, I don't know how to pronounce it. Somebody tell me how to pronounce it. I don't want to say it. Was it Guizhou? China? Guizhou? And somebody will correct me, and I will say, thank you for correcting me again. And apparently, it just doesn't stick for some reason. I like learning how to say Fujian. I will one day have ant roaches. Mark my words. I hope you do, Chain. I hope you do. Wait, did I post it? There, now I posted. All right, I will be right back, everybody. All right, I'm back. Did you miss me? Whoa, that's a big bit on the linglongs. Kyle has abandoned us. It is a lawless place now. Christian is kicking arse getting stuff done. Is doing a phenomenal job. And I am so excited because I'm going to have so much time, free time after all this. And okay. Where were we at? Ant cutters. We're having mixed discussion of ant roaches, along with the bid war going on with the Eucharidia linglongs. There's an X there for anybody. We're wrapping that up. Double Z says, so far I got one pair, but the rest are finally going to mature after 2 years. Also, they take a min to mature. What is after 2 years as nymphs? I am finally getting adult E-linglong. All males as so far, though, even with having been given diapause over 2 winters. I don't diapause my linglong, and I'm of the opinion, and we'll see if I'm dead wrong or not, especially after this season, that Eucharidia are sensitive to humidity. And so I'm keeping the species I've struggled with historically. I'm keeping higher humidity, lower vent now. Linglongs do really well for me, which makes me think that they're probably just a drier tolerant species. So because I have, as you have all seen, I have many linglongs. So, all right, going once on the Eucharidia linglong. Going twice. Sold. 2. Oh, ho, ho. There might have been a snipe last minute here. Let's see, I'm control R-ing. It is Farah the Lash with the winning bid of 172, beating out Reptipets high on dad. Whatever that joke is, I can't think right now. Farah the Lash with a winning bid of 172. Congrats. The tyrannical reign of Reptipet's dad perhaps at an end. What is this? Oh, okay, that's what that is. All right, we have a group of 50 Hemiblabera granulata. What is this? Guadalupe, I think. Starting bid $1. So these are apparently a mixed locality. I think according to TJ, it's a mixed locality, but they're both from Guadalupe. So I don't know if they even should be labeled like that. Kyle, who's your favorite UFC fighter? I don't know. I like the people who look scary and unhinged. So whoever you can think of that looks the most scariest and the most unhinged. What is the difference between these and Eucharidia yasumatsui? An excellent question that I don't know the answer to. Well, Yasumatsu might not have any markings on the wings. There are so many Eucharidia species. Yeah, so I have Yasumatsui too. I definitely think that species likes higher humidity. Again, from my limited experience, I hope I have a bunch of adults maturing of these right now, so hopefully I can really get them going, get them to shtick. And there's my big buy for the Palooza. I started to fall asleep. I also do have a good quality of linglong. Again, I think it's the easiest of the Eucharidia species, but we see. Blado, why didn't you fight? Fell asleep. All right, we'll get these speeding along. Another Hemiblabera species, everybody. It's the smallest Hemiblabera, also. Let's see if TJ's got any pictures I can steal. It also seems to like the driest conditions of the Hemiblabera, in my experience. Let's see, that's a nice picture. We'll steal that. Oh, thank you. Our photo gallery bot woke up, and maybe you were already up and I forgot. So, All right. Jeez. 50 of them, guys. Going once. Going twice. Sold. Let's see. Maybe so. This might be the first steal of the whole Bugapalooza. Love with Scales with a winning bid of 36. I think this is the first steal of the whole Palooza with a winning bid of 36 to Love with Scales. That might be the lowest bid also on the whole Palooza for 50. That was a really good deal, methinks. All right, next up we have a group of... Fogarelli was waking up from its charging station, obviously. Woo, more dirt bins. I do really like Hemiblabra. One of my favorite roach genre. So easy in general. Tenebracosa is like the easiest, might be one of the easiest for its mass and productivity, might be one of the easiest organisms to keep, period. Maybe Tenebracosa, not the CF Rosenei, but Tenebracosa proper. All right, 40 Luki Hormetica Vericosa Venezuela, starting bid of $1. The locality stock of Vericosa. Unfortunately, we've not been able to acquire the other locality of Vericosa. So we have our U.S. hobby stock, and then we have the Venezuela. Double Z demanding that I bring out the Magnifica. Kyle, it's time for your 11:53 a.m. Magnifica auction. Yes, dear. I don't know. We'll get to them when we get to them. I can at least tell you that their Magnifica are present. I can at least tell you. Kyle, how do I incubate your stick bug eggs? Which stick bugs? Which ones? And yes, these are the warty glow spots. Vericosa. Varicose means warty or veiny. Veiny glow spot is a little less pleasant than warty glow spot, I think, as far as common names go. So, Dewey is a little Asian. Dewey, I feel like you type a lot, but you're not in the running for the crown. I don't know. What does dictate the crown? Is it number of top fans? How do you get XP? Is it donations plus posting, or like how does that work? What's the metric here? So it's interesting to look at the leaderboards. Who's at the bottom? Who's the worst fan? That would be Aquarimax. Russ is the worst fan as of today, number 37. Very interesting. That's cool. I kind of like that. It's fun to bring up hard number stats. Kind of got a sports ball feel to it to see that kind of stuff. All right. Going once on the Vericosa. Going twice. Sold. To Dark Phil. With a winning bid of 101 to Dark Phil. I'm Dark File. I'm sorry, the other Phil. It's just I have to distinguish the two of you, and I feel like occasionally there's another Phil that shows up. So this is for your protection. It's for your safety. I may confuse identities. Devs are greedy. I just need to post more. I'm broke now. Truly pay to win. Money, says Double Z with the number 1. You can buy your way into my heart, apparently. All right, I know a special somebody who may want these, although he may already have them. Let's see, we have 20 Uricotis, Floridana, Big Torch Key, Florida. One of the most unique, let's see, what would I say for unique localities of Floridana? I would say Big Torch Key, because they consistently have the side pronotum markings. I would say League City, Texas, because they're the smallest. I may say Elliott Key because I think they are the largest, or maybe have the potential to get to be the largest. And I like Silver Springs because it's just your basic guy. Like, it's your basic. Most Floridana localities from the mainland will look like the Silver Springs. It's a good size, reliable producer, etc. So that's kind of what's that, four or five-ish ones out of the ones that I keep, I would say are more unique. I guess just as standouts, it's Big Torch Key, League City, and Elliott Key. I guess I would say those three from what I have so far of Floridana. Who knows? So those barrier islands, or if I could get out to some remote key that's only like 2 acres big or something, and there's Floridana there, that would just make my day. It's basically how many acres is Big Torch Key? It's basically what Big Torch Key is, I think. How large is Big Torch Key in acres? Wow, AI doesn't have an answer. Oh, Big Torch Key is a lot bigger than I thought. 450 acres. So it looks like something like Kujo Key? Oh, but that's connected the name to the mainland. I need keys that are completely isolated from the mainland, like Marvin Key. Like, get out to some of those ones. See which ones are geologically the oldest. Boca Grande Key. Just get out to some remote key and just go looking for what's there. Decipians, Leech Milk's asked. We have any Decipians coming up? Yes, we do. All right, here's an X for the Big Torch Key Floridanas, descended from 1 male and 2 females, I think. How you incubate Uric Nema Goliath specifically? Put them on some soil, good ventilation, and spray occasionally. When can we buy bug loot boxes? I've done that before, but I had put up some mystery boxes before. How are my Tenebracosa different from Hemiblabber or CF Rosenei? Tenebracosa, CF Rosenei, we used to think that CF Rosenei was Tenebracosa, but TJ did some digging after we got actual Tenebracosa from the Keys and found out that what we were calling Tenebracosa was not Tenebracosa. So prior to about 2022, all Hemiblabra in the U.S. were CF Rosenei. Around 2022, 2021 was when we got Granulata and Tenebracosa, an actual Tenebracosa come in. And all actual Tenebracosa should come with the locality information of Elliott Key is the other thing. So if they aren't from Elliott Key, I don't think there's any lines of Tenebracosa in the U.S. that aren't of Elliott Key lineage. All right, going once in the Big Torch Key. Going twice. Sold. To Orang Mango, winning bid of 53. Hello, Orang Mango. You're here. You've showed up. Winning bid of 53. Your first Bugapalooza win of the April 2026 Bugapalooza. All right, who's next? We're going to do... We have 3.3 large/adult Gromphodorina portentosa Masola, starting bid of $1. My Masola colony wasn't doing so hot for a hot minute, and they've really rebounded in the last 8 months. Anybody else out there? People keeping Masola portentosas, please report in. Let's see what you got. Can we bid on your grub chair next? You guys want to bid on this chair? These are ancient chairs. These are from like my grandpa. Like, look at this. Is a Samsonite chair. Look at this. This is probably made in the U.S. Let's see. It was Samsonite Corporation from Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Makers of Samsonite card tables and chairs. Also, like look at this old branding here. It's got a style number, and this chair was $13. Probably, I would say these got to be from at least the 70s. So it's old. I don't even know how I'd get it to somebody. Let's see. Tennyson's are still going strong for me. Got them the year you guys got them. Good to hear. Robert Dean also has. I only have the Masala mahogany that TJ made. Oh, I didn't know he was distributing that. I've been fumbling to get my own line of those going. Wish they were further along, but that's life. So TJ's may overtake it. I will release mine under a different name, I think, but we'll see, because I think those will get confused with other stuff. We'll see. All right, here's an X for the Masolas. Again, wild stock of Portentosa. I wish we knew where they came from. Somewhere called Masola. We don't know which Masola, because there's a bunch of places called Masola in Madagascar, so we don't know which one. Oh, freaking spam from... Oh, shoot. Oh, I just deleted somebody's auction email. I can get it back, though. Shoot. This is not spam. Move to inbox. All right. The situation has been salvaged. Almost had a panic attack for a second there. Okay. All good. It's all good. All right, going once on the Masola Portentosas. Going twice. Sold. To Ugh. Oh no, Herpling. Herpling beat out Ugh Fine with a winning bid of 46. Herpling slid in there. Can't keep getting away with this. Herpling. All right. Let's see. Again, so many repeats. Where's the other stuff? How is this happening? I tried to pick at random. Okay. We haven't had these yet. We have 50 Neostylopyga. You all know what's coming. Neostylopyga, rhombifolia, Chinese hobby stock. Starting bid of $1. We've been at this for 2 hours, guys. This is pretty nuts. Always astounded at how it flies by. What can I rant about that'll make it go even faster? Kyle, how do you feel about using cocoa fiber as a substrate for roaches that don't really eat substrate anyways? From Ty Brelo. TJ's life is based around coconut fiber, so I used it starting off and getting into roaches, and I was using it heavily up until maybe 3-4-ish years ago, when I to cut costs, I started using my own produced materials for most stuff. So it's fine. If it works, it works. Again, I used it for years. I bred all kinds of weird and rare bug species of stuff on it. It's fine. It's great. It does it's light. It's good for nymphs to burrow into and makes a good microclimate and holds moisture well and all this stuff. I just my brain has reinvested in working with my own creatable materials, and so a lot of that acumen I had with coconut fiber to make it work has slowly been dying in my brain. So it's unlikely I'll switch back to it anytime soon. It would probably be a good idea for me to buy a bag to just have on hand, though. I use coconut croutons extensively still. I do use those. That's really good for a lot of micro roaches and stuff like that. But the fiber itself, I've shied away from. Just make sure you get the triple rinsed stuff, whatever they use for hydroponics. The stuff from pet stores tends not to be rinsed, has a lot of salt. That's not good for pretty much anything. So Double Z says my rhombofolia colony got huge so fast. Oh yeah, we all seem to have figured them out now. People had a hard time keeping them alive for a while, but we've had a cultural breakthrough in how to actually keep them, and so I think they'll stick around, unlike the old stock we had, which I think was out of Central America also. All right, going once, going twice, sold. To Mad Dog with a winning bid of 63. Mad Dog getting in before everybody else, winning bid of 63. I'll comment on the crouton comment shortly. All right, here we go. We get something. Here's something. 20 Paraspheris. Not our only Paraspheris available at the auction. I don't know if the other ones will go up today or not, but Punctatus from Macau, starting bid of $1. Roly-poly roaches. Bicolony is not producing as crazy as it was last year, but I think that might be because they're gearing up for a summer explosion. There's a lot of females molting to adulthood. So somebody commented on the Coco. Did somebody delete the Coco Crouton comment, or was that maybe it was over in Discord? Maybe. Yeah, coconut they call it croutons, and they are like little croutons, crumpets, kringles, a whole bubble short of half a plum or whatever. A whole bubble short of plum or whatever. Whole bubble. What was the bubble short of plum? Half a bubble, whole bubble off plum. You can. My brain's gonna skew it 50 different ways. Yeah, I do use those. They're really good. I think it's Coco Grow or Grow something brand, and I always have a couple bags on hand, and they are great for Blatella and Cariblatta and Neoblatella and Hemitherscura. So those I do continuously use. They provide a unique matrix with air in it that you can't get from like mulch wood products generally. It's a lot easier to pop and play with the cocoa croutons. So Ugh, fine, move the crouton comment to general. Look in general for the bubble meme. Half bubble off plum, that was it. Yeah, these are much larger than the Horanus are. These are substantial sized. TJ finally sent me a bunch of Horanus over the summer, and I killed them. Not just the men, but the women and children too. I killed them. I think way too humid, not enough ventilation, but I was trying to find a compromise and a better way to keep them. So now they're going to be on that P Magnifica schedule where they will just get watering as frequently as possible with high top ventilation. And I've stacked the deck by starting with a ridiculous number of them. So hopefully I can just keep that momentum going for forever. Here's an X for the Punctatus. Double Z said, Paraspheris punctatus have been doing so good for me at Colony. Finally racking up numbers. 6 a while to mature, though. Yeah, I have so many, or at least I had so many for so long, I don't really pay attention to the growth rate. But if you want roly-poly roaches, I have to recommend Punctatus over Horanus. I have to. They're so much more consistent and easier in my experience than Horanus have been. So go with these. There will be some Horanus up available either later today or tomorrow. Those are the pygmy or dwarf roly-poly roaches. So if you want those, you can't stop you from getting them. But I recommend this species over that as a general roach if you want to scratch the Paraspheris itch. All right, going once, going twice, Sold to Reptipet's dad with a winning bid of 128. Reptipet's dad making a comeback after a diapause and after getting sniped out of stuff. Winning bid of 128. Reptipet's I'm okay, dad. Okay. Let's do again all this stuff. Try not to do repeats in order. Here's one. Here's a crowd pleaser, I think. We have 20, and these guys are doing really well for me. Hermetica, species Boyaca, Colombia, starting bid of $1. High humidity, like they may even be okay with being wet, but I would err on the side of shy of wet. Just very moist, low to mid ventilation, lots of organic matter. Have been pretty easy for me. Not terribly productive, but enough that I'm able to offer quite a few groups at this Bugapalooza. And I think these are growing as one of the prettiest roaches for me. I think these are growing as one of the prettiest roaches for me. The prettiness is in the males, is the thing. Let's see if I can find. I have a good picture of one on Instagram somewhere. Let's see. Am I logged in? Yes, I am. Can I search my stuff? Oh, I hate the computer interface for Instagram is atrocious. This is awful. I like it on mobile better. I don't know if I'm going to be able to scroll to my picture on Instagram in time. Can I do a search? Is there a way to search? Roach crossing Instagram Hermetica. I don't think I can find it. What I can say is I don't think most pictures of them do them justice. Come on, can I not find? It was one of my first Instagram posts. Can I not search Instagram on desktop? Is there no search function? Search. Okay, search. Hermetica, Boyaca. Hermetica, Roach crossing. Just Hermetica. I'm crashing out, everybody. I'm crashing out. It's my public freak out. Many of these are completely unrelated to Hermetica. I don't know what I'm seeing. So much AI crap. What does this have to do? Yes, very high cortisol levels through the roof. Maybe somebody's posted a good picture on. Who is this? Has anybody else found a better picture? That is just such an unflattering picture. Is that mine? No, that's somebody else's picture. There's so few pictures. Why does this picture look like a hybrid with Lukey Hermetica? I don't know, guys. You just have to take my word that they're prettier than they look. Need a database. Shut up. Thank you, photo gallery. I don't know how you found that better. You've got the zoom brain, I guess, or whatever gen you're supposed to be part of. There we go. That's a much better picture. The red on the males can be very, very, very vibrant. All right, here's an X. I'll stop trying to sell them. I like them a lot. Maybe that's all I needed to say. All right, there's the X going once on the Hermeticas. Going twice. Sold. To control R-ing. It might be exotic wilderness. Might have been a snipe. Dat Doc came in with a snipe of 120. to that dock. Okay, maybe that sales pitch wasn't for nothing. Okay, something else spicy and fun. We have a group of 20 Hemitherscura vittata plus misc Coriso Neuraparashi. It's Redlands, Florida. Starting bid $1 plus hitchhiker. Sorry guys, I'm not gonna separate them. You get them both. You keep the vittata. It's not much. If you're keeping the vittata, you're gonna need an enclosure that's gonna keep the Corsinura contained anyways, and they both like the same thing. So deal with it. Have your whole bubble off plum. Orphan kicker with a strong bid of 100. Orphan kicker. What a name. What a lad. Definitely a whole bubble on plum there. Whole bubble on plum. It just gets better. Ages like fine wine. Okay, yeah, we got all kinds of good stuff coming up here. We're going to do something that doesn't belong to me after this, actually. Shoot. Let's see. Capipasto. Ooh, too much copy pasto there. Way too much copy pasto. I think I got that all written down, right? Okay. All right, back to the action. What's their care like? Advanced. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to downgrade them to intermediate. I think I'm going to hold them at advanced, just because I don't know, they're doing so well for me. It's tempting to put them down to intermediate, but the fact that so many people have messed up with them makes me want to just keep them at advanced. So they'll stay there. They just need more to a setup than like Hemibleb tenebricosa, throw it in plastic bin and it lives forever. They need more than that. So they're going to stay in advance. But I like them. They're worth the effort. All right, going once on the, and both of them are, I would even put Parashai should be up to expert level if I haven't already listed them as that. So, but they need the same, basically the same, they like the same conditions as Vittata. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To, wait, did I type sold? I control ARD. They sold, didn't go through. It would have been to Orphan Kicker. Orphan Kicker with a winning bid of 135. We're going to just write down the cup as Orphan. 135 to the Orphan Kicker. All right, we have something super duper special up here. Up for grabs next. We have rigged 10 Aspiducus. Borinquin. Why you head to X instead of sold? Did I not? Did I put? Oh yeah, I put it. It was in the sold. Yeah. Aspiducus. How do I spell Borinquin? Aspiducus Borinquin. Borinquin. There's a QUE. Manatee. Puerto Rico. Starting bid of $1. Fresh meat to the hobby. Something we've been wanting a while. Let me tell you, Aspiducus are a lot bigger in person than I thought they were. They are basically the same size and dimensions if not slightly bigger, probably heavier for the adult females than a subadult female Blabberus giganteus. They are massive roaches. I had no idea the Aspiducus were so large. I always assumed they were about the size of like a Hemiblabra, but they are just titanic. People don't seem to emphasize they're most likely one of the largest roaches in the world by raw mass. They are gigantic, and they're just hanging out there in Puerto Rico. And nobody ever really got them into culture, but they seem to be pretty easy. They seem to be just standard Hemiblabra care, but with a closer eye on the humidity. They don't like dry. So medium to low ventilation and half dry substrate, half moist, and you should do good. They were my third roach, and I still have them 5 years later. I would say higher end of intermediate with guidance. They're not too tricky. Yeah, again, higher end of intermediate, though, is where I would start to say advanced. So that's why I will keep them at advanced. Mason, don't you already have the Barinquin? So they've been getting around now. They've been getting around since they popped up back around December. But care, I think I said that in the chat. I was talking about them. So we have 2 species of Aspiducus, actually. The other one has a tentative ID, but it's possible it could be a new species. So, but we have these ones apparently are Barinquin for sure by the book. And there will be the other Aspiducus up for grabs, as well as more Barinquins. So, but definitely a crown jewel of roach acquisitions in the last year, along with a couple of other things. Here's an X for the Aspiducus. Again, do not underestimate how large these are. They are just as impressive as the largest hissers, and they're wider. And again, just subadult female Blabberus giganteus, but it stays those size. It's almost the same proportions actually too. All right, going once on the Barinquins. Going twice. Sold. To, looks like double Z. I'm control R-ing though. It is double Z with a winning bid of 160 to double Z. Double Z really wanting these Barinquins. Again, everybody else, too bad, so sad, but you will get more chances. As again, we have the other Aspiducus species, which is just as big. We have those coming up at some point, along with at least one more group of Barinquins. Okay, 30, Pseudoglomerus tarsalis, Thailand, starting bid of $1. Training wheels for Magnifica species here. And I think we will get to some Magnifica before the break. I suspect. Hemiblabra are such a neat looking species. Any issues with Serratia? That's the weird thing is the Barinquins, the adults look like they just permanently have a Serratia issue. But again, we don't understand. Again, it's even possible that Serratia-like problem, it may not even be Serratia. It may be something else. We just don't know. That fit publications I had read on Serratia infections in other invertebrates, but I need somebody who's a higher bug level than I am, somebody who's knowledgeable of insect illnesses, who could weigh in here, because I'm almost suspicious if that it might be an epigenetic thing or a response to something in the environment, like if conditions are too dry or too moist, that the roaches, again, it could be contracting Serratia, which is shown that they have this phenotype in other insects where they become this reddish orangish and reduced fecundity and all this other stuff. It's well documented in a lot of like plant pest insects, but it's also possible that something environmental causes them to, it may not be serratia, it may be a reaction of that species in response to something that causes them to change to those colors. So that's my thoughts on that. Currently, again, the evidence points to it being a cuticular serratia infection, but I don't know enough, and we need more information, I think, to be certain. We need a direct answer, and I don't know anybody who's a bug doctor, at least not in the medical sense. So, all right, going once on the tarsalis, the gold, one of the gold butt roaches, the little gold kerky are so cute. Going twice. Sold to the lucky victor, which is FNA with a winning bid of 135. $135. Why isn't your name coming up here? Why do I hear a Fresno hound being? Farrah the Lash. Why isn't this coming up here? I have to figure out what you're in here. Oh, okay. I don't know why it wasn't pulling it up from the get-go. All right, perfect. All is well. Let's do, there's one group of these available because my colony, more tarsalis perchance, yes. There's one group of these available because I have pulled a bunch of nymphs out of my colony before things became too problematic. So they're not going anywhere. There should be plenty at the fall auction, but this is my only group for this auction. Is a group of 20 blabber species Pico Bonito Honduras, which was just labeled as species Honduras for a while. It's probably the second largest blabberus behind actual Giganteus, and was believed to be Giganteus for a bit. But again, the range isn't right, and the nymph morphology and adult morphology just isn't the best match. Higher bug level, yes, the proper classification. Nancy Ann says, I have a work trip to Austin a month. How many trilobite roaches do you think might sneak into my suitcase? I have no idea. Only God knows. Cool Kid says, still think P. aegyptiaca have been my easiest to care for, but Blabra are up there. I will even put Hemiblabra above Polyphaga aegyptiaca and care. Tenebracosa at least, because species you can keep and not worry about the moisture being too high is far better than worrying about species that like it dry and you have to worry about the moisture getting too high or too low. So Tenebracosa is like the easiest roach next to maybe Eublabrus distanti or Biolii. I'm a bug doctor, entomologist. I have like a 500 IQ. You can trust me. This is the internet. Way more science into killing bugs than keeping them alive. ... Every Google search. Yeah, that's the problem. I don't want to toot my own horn, but as far as being a PhD in a medical doctor in bugology, I'm probably one of the closest things you can get, unless there's somebody working with some critically endangered butterfly or snails aren't bugs, but you know what I mean. Something like that where they have to figure out, they have to troubleshoot issues like that, and they have a bunch of money and resources thrown at them. So I'm more like the slumlord doctor. Medical degree on paper. In practice, we're very practical, or maybe like a triage nurse or something. All right, did I put an X for these already? No, I didn't. All right, we'll put an X here. Very nice species. Easier than Giganteus, people find. More consistent, a little bit more productive and whatnot. Fewer problems. Is generally the word on the street. I like them. They're great. They were a great addition. Oh, look, there's a Mason Bird image copyrighted there too. And again on iNet, all these blabberus will just be marked as blabberus giganteus, and it's so dumb. So dumb. But all right, going once on the Pico Bonitos. It's so fun to say. Going twice, whole bubble off plum. Sold. To Darkfield, do you concede? To Chris Sniper. We're like a Roach combat medic, yeah. All right, Chris Sniper with a winning bid of 70. It's all right, you're all good. That's why I have this system in place. Winning bid of 70 to Chris Sniper. Okay. It's looking like we're down to a good number of repeats and a couple of new faces, and it's just how things shook down. We're going to save... I'm going to set my final stuff aside here. Because well, it's not final stuff. We're not going to break. Okay, I'm going to go get a couple more to sprinkle in here. See if I can grab some stuff we haven't done yet. All right, that's new. Bring it all in. Okay, I feel pretty comfortable with that. All right, I've gotten us a little bit more of TM diversity here. Intermingled with the things that we've already done. Get us a little bit more diversity. And I think it's looking pretty good. I think that's looking pretty good. We'll go off of this stack. We'll put these over here. And this should take us right on up to 2 p.m., everybody, as we approach 200 items at the Bugapalooza. Okay, we have another group of... I'm going to copy paste this. We have another group of 50 Paraplaneta Americana Venom with some pure magic potions mixed in. Cool Kid says, insert roach here with insert disease/parasite here, only pest control sites. It's one of the reasons why I love bugs, never went for an entomology degree, because the jobs were all pest control. Random comment, miss, do you actually have your PhD in entomology? That's actually really cool. So nope, I don't. I have been offered to be put on a track for grad school, and I would presume PhD after that in entomology, but that I have not pursued that because of a bunch of life things. But I will honestly, seriously look into stuff like that. Basically, I want to keep doing what I'm doing, but at a bigger scale. And I would like to do some casual research into things, some stuff that might be handy to have on hand, such as what's the lower and upper temperature thresholds for a bunch of roaches. All right, tab crashed. Here we are. Here I am again. Tab crashed. Anyways, did I put something up for grabs? Yes, I did. I would like to do casual research into things, temperature thresholds, and diet things, and stuff like that is stuff I could easily accommodate while doing the day in, day out of taking care of all my bugs already. So I need to find an academic institution that is basically fine with me doing things at my own pace and kind of at my own ability. And I think I may have that option in the future, but I really need to get the building built in with that. Some personal life stuff needs to resolve. So trying to do any research on keeping bugs off, because you get like maybe one source by keeping everything else. How to kill these animals you love as pets in extreme detail. Get yourself an honorary doctorate. Yeah, I think that would be the track that I would be going down. It kind of runs in the family. My Uncle Dale has an honorary doctorate for some biomedical stuff that he did. The government didn't want you to hear about my research. Here's an X. An X for the Venom / magic potion mix. Zero Cool Ninja, hey, good to see you again. Y'all need to let me get a wide head roach or a pepper roach. Stop outbidding me. Nancy M says, you'd be surprised how easy species research is. Many invert hobbyists rewrite species complexes. Look at the tarantula people, for example. Yeah, I'm not necessarily interested in that stuff. I have friends who do taxonomic phylogenetic work, and I think I'm fine with them doing that. My love is in the husbandry and figuring out what makes things tick and how to get things to mass produce and be happy. So I would like to, slide into that as much as possible. So hopefully I get moved and get all that stuff done. I can start doing that as well. And again, honorary PhD would be great one day. I would like that. But I basically, the condition is, hey, I want to keep doing what I'm already doing, but I can do a little more in addition to that with what I know. So just got to be on the lookout. If you've been under 70, also should be, for the bidding, yeah. A more H. Vitata. Oh, yeah, we got more H. Vitata groups coming up. I'm pretty sure you can just buy a PhD for a couple hundred. Oh, yeah, you can just buy one and put it on your wall, yeah, All right, I put an X. Let's wrap up bidding on the Americana Venoms with magic potion contamination. Very different from contaminated magic potions. Going once. Going twice. Sold. Two, could be that Roach girl, but could be Mr. Chris Sniper. And it is that Roach girl beating out Chris Sniper with a winning bid of 65 to that Roach girl. Ooh, that was intense back and forth there. Winning bid of 65 as I get Sharpie all over my fingers. And I didn't copy paste that. Silly me. That Roach girl. Okay. Next up, we have another group of 150 Pancllora species hobby starting bid of $1. There are more Pancllora that will be represented today. They're in the pile somewhere. So, but for some reason, again, I keep grabbing duplicates, even though I'm trying to grab different stacks. It's possible when I was randomly putting things into the stacks that my brain uses a similar algorithm. And so it just so happened that while I thought I was randomizing things, when I went to pick randomly, my brain used the same random pattern. I ended up picking a lot of the same stuff. Oh, Little Ninja's 18. Hello. TJ's probably under the sheet waiting with the I don't think TJ did not put any of those up. I have to dispel any of those rumors, because the last thing I would ever want to do is spread misinformation. So let's see what TJ told me. Where is TJ's stuff? TJ. Where the heck is TJ's stuff? Am I mixing up his username? What even is TJ's username? Because he has 50 of them. All right, let me message him. Oh, crap. I need him to send the list here. All right, gotta pester TJ to send his list over Discord because it's through text currently, and that's no bueno. Send auction list over Discord, you pudlo. All right, I should get that thing across. I should get the point across to him. Okay, so. Look for the Roach hyena image. Okay, here's the X for the species hobby. Yes, we have some emerald roaches coming up. Double Z, you fiend. King Campy says Pancallora species so aesthetically pleasing to me. I have the little manatee and tusculars, otherwise I'd be bidding on these. This is the smallest of the Pancallora species. The next smallest is species redlands. Neighbor Charlie Bug says, chat, the neighbor who got my mail has brought it to me. Oh, chat, the neighbor has brought my mail, brought it to me. Hallelujah. Crazy thing is that TJ's real name is Bartholomew. Is that really how you spell Bartholomew with Mew on the end? That seems a little lame. It's kind of lame. All right, going once on the species hobby. Going twice. Sold. To Phil D with a winning bid of 75. To Phil D. I think, Phil, you won the other group of them too? Can't remember. That was like years ago. By years ago, I mean minutes ago. Okay, next up, our first Aeronavega. 40 Aeronavega. Boliana, McAllen, Texas. The easiest of all the Boliana I've worked with. Even easier than the Hill County or Hill Country ones from Boerne, Texas. These have been easiest from McAllen, and they were, I think Alan got them to me as an afterthought. He was just like, oh, here you go. Here's from McAllen, Texas. So I still keep screwing up with Del Rio, and Boerne's are kind of back and forth for me, but these have been the wonder child. And you should all be lucky Dr. Hemroyd isn't here, because Dr. Hemroyd notoriously would bid crazy for Boliana, for Aeropida and Cygnus, and I think Troglodilo green spots too. So you should all count your lucky stars. Count them. All right, we're putting X here. I think Mason wants these exotic wildernesses, thinking about them. Perchance even loosting after them. That's a nice picture. I need to get those Del Rios going again. Alan, you gotta get them going. Get them going from the one pair you found last year. Please, we don't want to lose them. Sounds like dog conflict. All right, going once on the Boliana. Going twice. Sold. Basically, tiny Polyphaga aegyptiaca to Exotic Wilderness with a winning bid of 40. I think that's your first winning bid. And your abbreviation is just EW. All right, next up we have another group of 50 Doralea Orani, starting bid of $1. The Orani are back. I think there's only two groups of 50. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure there's just the two groups of these. So if you want them, now's the time to get them. Do you need any Aeronavega that need diapause? No. I am a little suspicious maybe that some of my more northern ones might, but I could also just be consistently screwing up the husbandry, because they seem to produce similarly to my Floridensis, which I think I have consistently messed up the husbandry with over time, and which definitely don't need diapause. So, no, I don't believe any of them do. Right now, and any that do are not any that I've made available to most people so far. So Boliana are just they just go year round. Boliana, my beloved. Doralea Orani, my beloved. All right, here's an X for those. We're gonna get through this stuff before break. We're got a good pace here. We're doing it. It is sad, though, because as seen roaches have such unique lifestyles, living habitats, and appearances, so many people only think of the German or American roach and base everything on that. The story of my life. Will there be any bark roaches to go with my Vittata? Oh, perhaps there will be. Perhaps there will be. All right, going once on the Doralia. Going twice. Sold. To Exotic Wilderness with a winning bid of 85 EW. 85, and I hear dogs being potentially mischievous, so I'm gonna go check on them really quick and maybe get some more coffee. Now I'll wait till after the break for that. All right, I've returned. The puppies were getting a little antsy, so I yeeted them outside. Garo and Purple. About to feed broccoli to a bunch of ice pods and roaches. Any problems with that? I will comment on that soon. Let's see. All right, 60. Balta Notulata, starting bid of $1. Speckled, notulated, speckled Balta roach. I'm not even going to bother with common names. There's so many freaking roaches now. We like trying to come up with common names for isopods. Let's see. Broccoli, I think it can cause digestive upset in roaches, but if you have a large enough colony and they're not all gorging on it, and I think if you're keeping them warm enough, it's fine. In isopods, I don't think they care. I think they do fine. Chris Snyder says the black German roaches are the best. If you've got those, you don't need any others. Yes, the ones that Alan called Hitler's nightmare. I noticed the bins stick or stink for a little while after broccoli. Yeah, it's got, what do they call those? Broccoli and kale. What gives broccoli its smell? It's a certain group of chemicals. Glucosinolates and break down into odoriferous gases like hydrogen sulfide. So that was it. There's something, glucosinolates, that must be it. Sulfur containing chemicals that give it those sulforaphane, etc. And cauliflower smells so gross after a day or two, even before it rots. Cruciferous vegetables all have them. Yeah, I think they may cause some digestive problems for sensitive species, but other than that, I think it's fine. Usually, if stuff eats something, it's good to go. Care for B. notulata, high ventilation, moist third, and lots of bark piles. Pretty easy species, jelly pots, fruits, fish flakes, etc. Definitely err more on the side of dryness if you're worried. If you're worried about keeping them too wet or too dry, err more on the side of keeping them drier. Speaking of keeping roaches drier, my Banjo Robusta are finally rebounding, and I have an idea on why I almost killed them, or how I almost killed them, which I will share after we wrap up these Notulata bids. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Blado Beans, the winning bid of 69, the nicest number. Blato Beans. I'm debating. You guys got fish flakes, they'll be fine. Blado Beans, 69, nice. Christian will have fun reading my handwriting, that's for sure. All right, this is supposed to be a 40 count, I'm pretty sure. pretty sure. I'll give him a little bit of the pee. All right. Somebody was asking. Here they are. 40, and I think there's only one count of these. 40 Pseudomops septentrionalis, Tulsa, Oklahoma, starting bid of $1. And after all of these years, I think I can definitively say that Pseudomops, which exhibit what looks like a diapause in winter, it's humidity. It is in spring, I get a huge emergence of adults, and they continue through the summer. And then all winter, I basically go down to just having nymphs. And this has been so reliable for so many years. I think I can lock it in and say that it is changes in humidity that trigger Pseudomops to either want to mature or not, which makes sense because they're a Central American species that has been colonizing basically the entire was it like the Great Plains and moving even into the eastern U.S. So moving from what I would assume their original habitat is probably like seasonal grassland and scrubland where there's more of a monsoon effect, and then whatever pre-adaptations they have to move out of there into the eastern U.S. So, but I can say that with good certainty. My dogs love broccoli. Can't give them all they want. My dogs do not love broccoli. My dogs are definitely, they show a strong preference for dairy, for grains, and for meat. They don't like the vegetables at all. But dairy, oh, they'll eat piles and piles of yogurt, and they love it. All right. It is their ancestral diet after all. There's an X for the Pseudomops septentrionalis. And yeah, I may have to add some more roaches onto these stacks here to keep us on par. I think we're going to make a good pace today, even with my breaks. And that noise is Christians cleaning out the laundry room. There's a bunch of old containers in there, and I'm trying to get that gutted and cleaned out so I can hopefully by the end of the summer have both my furnace and my water heater replaced, but pending a lot of other things. Chat, I'm back. I have my Pokemon Violet. Life is good. All right, going once on the Pseudomops. That was Charlie's comment on YouTube, by the way. Going twice. Sold. This is an Oz Eagle for something. To Blado Beans, the winning bid of 80. Blado Beans has really woken up. Winning bid of 80 from Blado Beans. We'll say no to that. Okay. Let's do another group of these. Actually, I don't think we had these. We had Venezuela's before. We have a group of 40 Luki Hormetica Varicosa U.S. hobby stock. Starting bid of $1 for these guys. I hear Fresno's barking out of doors. It's such a nice day today. It's a shame that it's cold. At least that's going to change soon. You guys look like you could use some dog food. There we go. Thank you for the image there. That's a weird looking Varicosa though. The body morphology on that image is a very female looking Varicosa, but it has the spots. That's weird in that one image. You can always start auctioning off random stuff in my house. Hey, we do that. That's what we do. Anthony says, it sucks. I worked pretty much through all of this. I'm sorry to hear. I'm sorry. That's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. Here's an X for the Varicosa hobby stock as we approach 1 p.m. And we've done, in total, through both days, we've done 205 items. Today, we've done about 40 items, maybe closer to 50. All right, going once on the Varicosa. Going twice. Sold. To AMS 613 with a winning bid of 80. That's a pretty good deal, I think. AMS 613, winning bid of 80. Okay, next up we have a group of 40 Eurycotus floridana, Silver Springs, Florida. One of the larger localities and just kind of the basic fundamental Eurycotus floridana. Just, nothing too special. Good adult size and all that. I just want more of those, says Lizard Beans. He needs more. Anthony asking, will there be more millipedes and or beetles? We're done with the bulk of those. There's always a chance there'll be some misc stuff on Sunday. So, but I can't guarantee anything. So, but again, Silver Springs. How about I be a salesman? Let's grab this mail here. Just a little fella, just a little male, just doing his thing, just basic. What is that bug on the window? Is that a brown marmot? No, it's a box elder bug. That's what it is on the outside of the window. I haven't seen one of those in a while. Just your basic Eurycotus floridana, just a guy. Again, I recommend Eurycotus for handling. Only problem is with Opaca, you can get sprayed with caustic fluids, but other than that, just little chill little guys. Once you get past the caustic potential chemical burns from Opaca because of how big they are. All right, here's an X. I might go get the puppies. I don't know if that's Garo or Purple being loud, but could this end up being the least coveted of the Bugapalooza species and items so far? I think it might be. No, even American roaches. People want. Oh, nope. Here's the pig. Dark Phil, you've changed. The war has changed. Oh, Fimidems, you are the other Phil I was thinking of. You just changed your username, and now you're just full on Dark Phil. All right, let's wrap it up for the Floridana Silver Springs. Going once. Going twice. Sold. Could be Mad Dog or could be Dark Phil. Control R is our friend. And it is Dark Phil with a winning bid of 32. And again, you guys just wanted it more with a winning bid of 32. And I'm pretty sure that's our lowest item, actually, at the Bugapalooza so far. I think that's our lowest one. All right, next. We're going to put up something while I go check on the puppies. On Garo and Purple, we have 20, 40 Oika, Peruana, Tina, Tena, Ecuador, starting bid of $1. Somebody wanted some bark roaches? Here you are. 40 Oika, my beloved, definitely up there in my roaches. I need to redo, it had been like 15 years ago now or something. I wrote an article for the American Cockroach Society publication thing. I wonder if Orange still does those. On the top 10 must-have genre for roach keepers. And I think it would look a lot different if I did it nowadays. So, all right, I'll be back. I'm going to go let the pups in. Fight to the death, everybody. That's kind of jazz hands kind of thing going on there. Well, you guys didn't spare any expense, John Parker Hammond. What's the largest Eurycotus in the U.S. hobby? I think it's Opaca by a significant margin. And Species Marathon Florida is definitely second place, and then the new the Central American one is very close behind Marathon. So, I got those isopods for 17. I forgot you got isopods for 17. Random commenter, man. I forgot yesterday's a blur. But are you investing for a store or just keeping these as pets? Says random commenter, man. All right, we'll see how badly you want the Peruanas, which I do love them, my beloved. Lovely photography by Mason Bird showing off the texture of them. Neat little guys. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Blado Beans. I think it's showing it before the sold on mine. Let's see. I refresh and it's there. Blado Beans with a winning bid of $257. $257. One of our highest bids so far, I think. $257 from Blado Beans. Hoi Kaloi. That's insane. My goodness, says Farrah the Lash. Ugg Fine was really putting up a fight there too. Jeez. Well, good job, but I love to see that. My new water heater and furnace in September, October, love to see that. Eric with the bluntness. What's special about these? They're flat guys. That's what's special. All right, next up, 30 Brasatria Rothi, starting a bid of $1. Also, I would like to thank Alan, who is currently manning my tables at the Michigan Reptile Expo today. Without his sacrifice of his time and sanity, we would not be doing the Bugapalooza this weekend, and things may have shook down much differently. I think TJ has a couple of bark roaches he's putting into the running, but I have to wait for him to text me. And I think he sleeps weird hours, is on a weird shift or something like that. We have to wait for him to Discord me stuff. There was a beetle that went for 14 yesterday. What was it? I can't even remember which beetle. Maybe was it Ulamoides, maybe? Or Eliotes? It happened so early in the day I can't even remember. Eric Matthews says, fun throwing produce scraps to roaches and seeing what they gravitate to. Yeah, it's always interesting to see what they choose when they can. Roth's giant burrowing cockroach, another one of the larger blabberids, everybody. Definitely something not to be slept on. They don't get as big as Aspeducus, so I can't brag about them that way, but they're like the size of like large hissers and wider, so... TJ has some I need. I already have 40 Orca Peruana from C6 Colin. Yeah, I think TJ's got a couple things. Should be going on. Oh, it was a Dermestes. Cool kid, you're thinking it was a Dermestes that went for 16 or 17 yesterday. This is just my expensive hobby. I vend twice a year for fun. Hobbies. I will get to actually exercise my hobby of gardening, and I'll get to do that very abundantly in the next couple of weeks and months. What with the Bugapalooza taking care of obligations and responsibilities. So, all right, going once on the Rothi, going twice. Sold. To Mad Dog with a winning bid of 53. Mad Dog, I know you have a soft spot for Brassatrias. I know you do. I wonder where that soft spot will take you in your life. Okay. We have another group of pairs of Gramphorderina portentosa King Project calls. And I did a whole spiel earlier on how even though these are project calls, they're larger than most people's portentosa. They're larger than most portentosa you will see. I just have a very high bar for this project because before I die, I have a dream of this. This is a really good female, by the way. If I hadn't already picked out 4 really, really, really good females, this would have been one that I would keep. But I have a dream of having a hisser that stretches like the length of my hand. That would just be so cool to put it on there and it'd be like the length of that. I don't know if it's going to come true, but if I keep at it a little bit every year and I pick the biggest ones, we'll get somewhere. I would even settle for like this much of my hand. I've had some pretty monster oblonginota in the past that were that size, but portentosa is more consistent for me, so I want to upbreed them to that. So, we're a good portion there. We're a good portion there. We'll get there eventually, I think. Maybe after I die, someone will take up the mantle. All right, here's the X for the King Project calls. What time is break and how long? 2 p.m. Eastern, and I have a lot to do, like pack up a bunch of roaches and like do husbandry that I needed to do. So I think we're going to take a 3 or 3.5 hour break, and then when I get back, we'll just go right at it. I may have just a half an hour break at some point during the day. How small do you want the lily, whatever they are called? I want them to be smaller than Chopardi, and we're getting there. Like seeing the two lines go in separate directions it's very eye opening. Exactly. It says that new stock of oblonginota I have get almost that long. FYI, I have those and I'm growing them up, so I'll be the judge. And actually, I may pay for molecular work once I get a colony of them going. So, but yes, pure oblonginota are gigantic. All right, going once on the Portentosa King Project calls. Going twice. Sold. To No Angela with a winning bid of 66. FNA, as I've been saying, also winning bid of 66. I didn't write these guys down. Again, calling them calls is a little harsh, but why is this not bringing it up again? It just doesn't like this name for some reason. Oh, there we go. All right, I got it. It's all good. It's all good. Okay. We have a couple new faces coming up too. We have a group of 50 Eublaberus Sarannis Pantanal, starting bid of $1 headlamp roaches. I jumped the gun on picking the common name for those. It really needs to be changed to something else, although just use the Latin one while we have it, fellas. I thought molecular work wasn't possible for oblonginota. Was there a reason why that you thought that? Cool Kid says, what about the Magnificas you holding out on us, Kyle? Oh, yes, I am. Without a first sure oblonginota. So what we can do is if we have a sampling of other pure things that we know that they can hybridize with, if we are able to get a bunch of stuff and have known pure lines to compare to, when you look at the molecular results, there would be groupings of, how am I trying to say this? So you have 2 Portentosa lines, and they're distinct. So Cleveland Aquarium and UCR and Masola or whatever. So you get those branches, and the molecular work will show you that those are all in a clade, because you'll have an out group. You use anything, lobster, roach, or something. You'll see that those are in a clade here with the branches. And if you do the work on Oblongonota and they're hybridized, and I think the biggest likely candidate for hybridization is Portentosa, the Oblongonota would show up somewhere in this clade, as opposed to what previous data says and what the anatomical and everything else data says they should be on their own little branch somewhere. Where exactly is debated, but you would see that the Portentosa, the Oblongonota, will not group within these Portentosa groups. So that would tell us that it is compromised stock if it grouped tightly within a nest of known pure Portentosa lines. If it groups completely out somewhere else, that's a sign that it's pure stock. So that's how we can use that to tell. So health, fitness, adventures, please bring one of the big guns before the break. Oh, I will. I have it planned. So here's an X for the Sarannis. So that's what would happen. I think Kai maybe said it would cost somewhere around $100 per specimen. Maybe I heard him wrong, or maybe he said there's a flat baseline of cost to get the supplies for the work, and then there's maybe it was like $30 or $50 per species from there or something. So I'll check in with him. I know he's really busy with his other work he has to do, but it's an option, and I would like to pursue it at some point. So yeah, and sending some known lines and labeling them is a great way to peek under the hood and see what's going on. And actually, if there's one thing that TJ's horrible abominations of hybrids would be useful for, would actually be for this, because that they would complicate the family tree, and they would group into certain places, but also it might reveal some problems with the phylogenetic methods being used depending on how they group. So but yeah, so we have some pure stuff. We have pure Portentosa. We have presumed to be pure lines of tiger histers, which are Princessia or something very close to Princessia. We have Aeropida pure. We have pure Elliptorina. So we've got a good sampling of stuff. And then we have plenty of options for outgroups within Oxyhaloene. And that should tell us a lot of stuff, or should give us a good idea. Again, if those Oblongonota form an outgroup to any of the Portentosa and Princessia, that would tell us that they're pure. And I would ideally like to do a couple individuals, but the fact is, hybridization, once a colony is compromised, like those genes end up everywhere. So you don't need that many from a colony, from an older colony, to tell if it's hybridized or not, in my opinion. All right, going once, going twice, sold. To Orang Mango, the winning bid of 41. A good deal on this group of Pancallora Sarannis. Winning bid of 41. I'm still typing, Chris Snyder says. Orang Mango. Okay. Now to follow that up, we have their relative, who we already saw today, and I don't know if this is the last group or not. We have a group of 30 Eublabrus Maraajora, the Majora's Mask roaches. And again, there may be one more group of these. I don't remember. I can't remember. So yes, anybody who would like to contribute to the captive hister stock molecular work, let me know. Maybe I would end up doing an auction for it. Maybe even hilariously, the auction might be selling groups of the histers that we're going to do the molecular tests on to fund the molecular tests. That would be kind of funny and kind of cool. So, but that's still down the roads. I need to get those Oblongonota going anyways, but I hope they're pure. Some of the smaller nymphs I was looking at and thinking they were a little sussy and mogussy looking, but as they're getting bigger, they look more consistent for Oblongonota to me. So we'll see. Really, in a colony where you have 100 adults, it's very easy to tell. The females less so. The males is a dead giveaway. The coloration, the size, the horn structure, etc. Sussy Mogussi. So we do know LLE mahoganies are pure Portentosa. That was checked by whoever was doing the work in Europe. They had got their hands on some LLE mahoganies and did the work. So, anyone else's stream breaking up, or is it just my connection? Good question to ask, King Campy. And a perfect time to tell everybody that you should refresh your Discord and your live streams. You should do that. Let's see. We got a handful of things here left before our break coming up at 2. I'm going to grab a couple more, actually. And it's all some fresh faces. We got a lot of fresh faces left here. Drop them already. Is it all roaches today? Yep. All roaches, all Saturday, baby. It is roach day. And there's going to be a couple of straggling roaches tomorrow, I think. I think we'll probably do Mason's stuff tomorrow. I kind of like putting the guest stuff up when there's a lot of people around because it gets more engagement for them. So, but we've got quite a few guest things going up for grabs. I really think I'm going to end up doing a 3-hour break, 3.5 or something. It'll be pretty crazy, and we'll just go hard all evening because I got to get that rack done so Christian can get in there and clean the office out, and then I can move all the stuff out of there because I've had the Darkling Power Tower has been taking up all the space inside of the wall in the bathroom and all that blah, blah, blah. Okay, here's an X for the Maraajoras. You guys are getting really worked up. We don't want you spending too much money, do we? We don't want to spend too much money. Wednesday at the latest. You get through all the isopods down yesterday? No. Yet tomorrow's going to be insane with all the isopods we have to do. I think we still have I get a rough number of how many isopods we have left to do. We have about 280 isopods, or maybe like at least 250 isopods left to do tomorrow in one day. All right, going once on the Maraajoras. Going twice. Sold to Ethno Angela with a winning bid of 110. 110 to Ethno Angela. Congratulations, Ethno Angela. Okay, we have Day 2 is all roaches, always has been. Thank you, Raymago. That's beautiful. We're going to pin that, actually. It always has been. Yeah, pretty much always has been. All right, we have 100 Ishnoptera, Bilunata, Florida City, Florida, starting bid of $1. This is another acquisition from last year's Florida trip. A good feeder species. Somebody wanted tiny feeders. They're very productive, and also unfortunately look a little bit like German roaches, but very productive. There's an adult female there, so you're gonna have trillions of these in no time, just ready to go. 100 Pseudoglomerus magnifica double Z demands. Tomorrow's arachnids, others not in for stuff, leftovers. Thanks, cool kid. Tesson's heading out, going to a local XY. We'll be back this afternoon, though. Photo gallery is powering down momentarily. I've got babies from suspect Latiblatella container number 1. Oh, sweet, already. Great. I guess it's been almost 2 months since I cut that colony up and sent some to you and made my new container of them. I must not have checked. They're on the rack of stuff to check on today. That's why I don't know how well they're doing. And yes, 250 isopods. That's a whole second day of isopods. That moment I thought Kyle was gone from his chair, but I just forgot to press play after refresh. Any Penestione? Yes, we have Penestione coming up at some point. All right, there's an X for the Biolonata. They are the adults can climb smooth surfaces. They're not a pest or anything like that out of the house. They're just those little guys. And somebody who wants micro roaches, the babies are excellent feeders. You could just collect ooths and put them in with things and let them hatch out to eat the newborns. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To looks like bladder beans, but could be hatted tenacity. Let's see. It is Bladdo Beans on my it's Bladdo Beans on my screen, and I just refreshed, so I got to go with it. It's Bladdo Beans. I feel like this happens quite a bit with Bladdo Beans, actually. Have to go with on my screen. Sorry, fellers. Winning bid of 50. Fellers. 123 already. Where does the time go? All right, another beloved Aeronavega here. 20 Aeronavega species. I think we have a species ID for this, but maybe Mason knows. TJ and Alan both know. I can't remember. Maybe it was Sequoia. 20 Aeronavega species, Bakersfield, California. The first Aeronavega to break the California Aeronavega curse, because everybody was screwing up with California Aeronavega species. And finally, these ones were consistent and did well. My favorite food, Robert Dean says, newborns. I think it was Sequoia. TJ was using. TJ has some from Bakersfield, but I don't think he got them from. He got them from Mad Dog, but I don't know if this is the same locality. So I don't know if I should label them as such. I think it is. But Nalepi, is it Aeronavega Sea of Nalepi? Probably because Bakersfield has the same climate as Texas. Yeah, I think TJ just got Sequoia. Okay. LC Bugs Reptile says yes, it is. Oh, so it's the same locality. So these are CF Nalepi. So I'll edit that. All right, and that means that TJ's pictures can be stolen and used for Kyle's purposes. Let's see. This is a flattering one because it shows how hairy the women are. We're all about hairy women here, everybody. Look at that fluff. And then less is appealing the boys, the males. But we're really here for that body hair. That female body hair is why we're all here today. The Roach female body hair. Exotic Willis, we're going to do the Pinestia while Tennyson's out. Kyle, those Drossra I collected last year are starting to unfold. They made it. Oh, hey! So did they just go dormant? Did they go dormant over the winter? I thought you said that they disappeared. So maybe they're kind of spring ephemerally. Cool Kid saying the male CF Nalepi is a very generic male roach. I assure you, if you look at his genitals, there's nothing generic about them, though. Lizard Bean says, hairy women, hairless women, hell doesn't have to be a woman. I'm not picky. Just the hair. We have people who have just wanted just hair with no human attached to it. So, when did they go dormant? When did your Drossra go dormant, Exotic Wilderness? Melvin said, I'm going out tonight to try to finish collecting some Aeropida to throw in your box. Got chased off by some honeybees last week. I remember you said that. Oh, and a friendly reminder, in that box, I need the Arizona sunsets. I can't remember if you said maybe they had a population crash or not, but I need Arizona sunset vulgari. And then I also need some orange embers if you can spare them. If you can, even one female or a pair, I need them. I need them. All right, here's the X for the Aeronavega CF Nalepi from Bakersfield, California. Looks in a mirror. Am I a female roach? Am I really the king of these weaking potatoes? Around end of summer into fall. Okay, so the Drosera went dormant over in the summer. So this sounds about right for a bog thing, the driest time of year. You could have sold your beard hair. I had contemplated it, but it was cathartic to throw it away was the thing. All right, going once on the hairy women. Going twice. Sold. To Octa King with a winning bid of 35. Congrats on your first win today, Octa King, I think. It's not your first Bugapalooza win, but yes, a steal. Also, Circa has popped up. I see. We have some Circa specials eventually. Octa King wanted the hairy women. I can't blame him. She's just so pubescent. All right, next up. What is that? Regularis. Oh, sorry. Hairy woman moment. 100 Theria regularis orange domino roaches starting bid of $1. One day we will have true Pettiveriana and nuptialis on here, hopefully, and the crowd will go wild, I pray. When you come back from the break, the first thing you see in your kitchen. Not my dogs. How long was your beard? That might have been the longest beard I've grown. I was growing it out from. Maybe I had it the fall Bugapalooza, and I shaved it, I think, on March 1st. So it was about 5 months. I'm on a bridge 3650 says, I like my women how I like my roaches. Omnivorous and easy to maintain. Lizard Beans, my BF texted me this morning. Good bug bonanza day. It's like the off-brand Bugapaloozas, the bug bonanza. Oh, that sounds like a good name for a spin-off auction of my own, actually. Exotic Wilderness. Mason lost my nail clippings. Lost them. Not even a real fan. You didn't even plant them to see if they would grow into little Kyles. I'm ashamed of you. LC Bugs Reptiles. Can't wait to fist more burrows for those one Aeronavega. Oh yeah, the Montane ones. I'm excited to see where that goes. And if you could please grab some substrate, like a good amount. When you collected the CF Nalepis, the Bakersfields, and you sent that bag of the material they were in, I do think that really helped me to get them established because I didn't have to fumble around figuring out what humidity or grain size or whatever they wanted. So a gallon Ziploc bag of the substrate those mystery Aeronavega are in would be great. All right, we've got a lot of people, a lot of interest here, so I'm going to put an X up for the regularis. Where I live, there is local small pigeon swap called Pigeonpalooza, and for months, my friends assumed Bugapalooza was somehow related to Pigeonpalooza. Octa King, do you know anybody who ships pigeons and anybody who has parlor rollers? I want parlor rollers so bad. And the guy I was talking to, some old guy who actually shipped pigeons and stuff, I think he died. I think he literally died in the middle of our exchange because it was like I was right there. Like we were in the middle of conversation. He was prepping to ship. And then he just disappeared completely. What is happening in bid? Crazy things. All right, going once on the regularis. Going twice. Sold. To the lucky victor, which could be Starship 1, but it could be Reptipets, Blado Beans. I think it was Reptipets, Dad, with a winning bid of 262 at the last second. Reptipets, Dad, incredible. Somebody put hairy roach women. Somebody put geez, how much was it? 262. Does anybody have the groaning smiley face being Thanos snapped? I feel like that's Blado Beans' soul right now. I think that's his. I think this Blado Beans is his soul. Oh, you found the clippings. You have them in a vial. How nice. Kyle's nail clippings from last year. We also need we need the evaporated smiley face of Blado Beans for Blado Beans, and then we need anybody know the driving meme where it's just like the like roided out like arm behind the wheel, and the guy's got like the picture of like something he loves, and like people are getting run over in front of him. We need that with Reptipet's dad with the I love bugs or whatever, and just running over a bunch of people while trying while bidding at the Palooza. Okay. Next up, Ciev, Dorelia species. Isn't it the Philippines? Oh, it's Philippines. Starting bid $1. Whoops, I didn't put a quantity. It's 40. It's a 40 count, everybody. It's a 40. Edit quantity. There we go. Nice little blatted. We don't really have an ID on them, but they came in and we keep them around and we like them. We give them little smooches and stuff, you know. Chris Ice says, I can get you parlor rollers. Chris, we need to discuss that because I really want a nice pair of parlor rollers. And I think I will build something for them regardless of my moved status. What are your rules on bidding souls? You accept other people's souls? What's the dollar value of a soul? You do have a soul, don't you, Lawrence? Random comment says, the only way I can beat Blado Reptidad depends on the individual. Elsie says, I fail with these every time. It might be your moisture. We discussed you might have some moisture issues. Elsie, you might have some moisture issues. Might be the cause. And now I'm feeling like I maybe overgrabbed stuff before our finishing things here, but that's okay. We'll get through it. We'll wrap these guys up faster. Here's an X. Does TJ have any pictures? Invertebrate dude, Philippines, Dorelia. Oh yeah, he's been calling them the Philippines plum roach. To scroll through all of DJ's stuff, this is worse than my site interface, although it's also better in a lot of ways. They have a CF in front of them. No. They're not even on his list. No, TJ, what are you doing? TJ, no. Why, TJ? That's a broken link. Maybe I don't. Is it just me? There's a lot of broken links that are pulling up on TJ's site. Oh well. Oh, you found them. Good job. Whoops, there's an X. Sorry, guys. There's two X's. We're gonna just start wrapping it up. Going once. I didn't realize usually I post a picture before I put an X. Going twice. Sold. Whoever wanted them the most. Oh, let's see. I'm control R-ing. I see the constant failures in stopping you from trying them again, Mad Dog. But it goes to Orang Mango this time with a winning bid of 33. Winning bid of 33. All right. This doesn't have a quantity on it, so we're going to just say it's a 50 count because it's probably more than that, but this is a safe bet. All right. 50. A Glauterix Gemma from Key Largo, Florida. Starting bid of $1. Interesting thing about a Glauterix Gemma is you can find them in bromeliads in the Keys. Seems like it's something they like quite a bit. They're also found under bark and just kind of general up in dead standing wood under bark, bromeliads and whatnot. But they're neat little guys. I like them. Probably make a good feeder for somebody, but they are really fast also. I do use them as feeders for Phrynis margimaculatus. I think it's one of the natural food items. Robert Dean says, sold one of the Reptikids for the auction. Chris Snyder says, parlor rollers have specific enclosure requirements, but they're not difficult, nor do they require large space. We will have to discuss those. Let's shoot me a text. We'll discuss those after the Bugapalooza stuff wraps up, because I do want a nice pair of parlor rollers. We should bid on Kyle finishing his website finally. Yes, how many years will it take is the best question. One day he will, I believe. Finish your website already. I have so much going on. But it does need... I gotta... Well, we need a Roach Crossing After Dark or a post-Palooza something, post-Palooza party where we have some candid conversations about some things. King Cam said, I'll build you a new website. All I want in return is unlimited Magnifica. My website soul is already sold to Mr. Chris Sniper. And there's a lot of the backbone stuff is done, and really it's just some coordination that will take both of our schedules and me getting off my butt and not dying also to do. Interesting. My favorite is that clicking the non-Roach links from the drop-down works, but not from the non-Roach page. Oh, shenanigans. I have taken 2 Decembers off. And actually, what did I do this December? Oh, I know what happened this December and this winter, basically. That's good for a post-Palooza party discussion. Anyways, going once on the Gemmas. Going twice. Sold. 2 Blado Beans. Blado Beans want some little gems. You will get them. You shall have them. With a winning bid of 55. Blado Beans. Beans of Blat. Okay, we have 60 coming down to the wire, everybody. I should pick up the pace if I want to finish by 2. 60 Gyna Caffrorum, starting bid of $1. Starting bid of $1, and I only have one group of Caffrorum. For the first time in a long time, they've kind of gone into a bit of a, maybe not a production lull, but I think I'm getting a new wave of adults popping up. And so there should be a flood of babies soon, but things they've kind of plateaued after years of through the roof production. They've sort of plateaued currently, but they'll be back. They'll be back on their BS. Laura Taylor says, I'm having trouble with my bids. Can I send a test bid? See if I can figure it out, or we'll just say test. Yeah, go ahead and send a test. You're clear to do that. Little gems. No, little jits. What's the JIT? People putting negative bids. So funny. Anybody who has a big colony of Caffrorum is putting a negative bid. And yet people lose their Caffrorum colonies. Lurida's about the same level. I would say about the same, maybe a little bit less easy as Caffrorum, and people still lose those too, myself included. Here's an X for the Caffrorums. Going once on the Chrome Roaches. They have some of the most beautiful fresh adults of any animal. Freshly molted adults of Caffrorum are absolutely gorgeous. Going twice. Sold. To Phil D with a winning bid of 60. To Phil D. Winning bid of 60. All right. Next we'll do, this is a favorite of mine. One of my favorite North American native species of roaches, and it's undescribed. Yes, thank you, Exotic Wilderness. I love that so much. This is beautiful. It's getting pinned. Oh, absolutely beautiful right there. And I have to say, the icing on the cake is the reflection in the mirror is not a person, it's the username. That's the icing on the cake there. All right. 20 Eulastoblata species, Tallahassee, Florida. Most likely undescribed. aka Southern Bell Roach. Starting bid of $1. This was one of my targets on the Florida trip, and we actually didn't find them. Like, I kind of actually forgot while we were driving north that I was supposed to be looking for them because they're usually really hard to find. And then at the random rest stop in Tallahassee that had all this cool stuff, there they were. Are there any nymphs here? I'm doing it. I'm going to try and fish out one of the larger nymphs because I think they're gorgeous. The adults, just, regular old Eulastoblata looking, but the large nymphs are a beautiful animal. Oh, I only need one of you. Thank you. So there we go. Absolutely gorgeous. And some of the localities, the ones we had from Lake Placid, had more cream on them. Might have actually been a subadult female. This is, I think, a subadult male. But very ornate, very hard to find in the wild. And also, I would put them as a care category. I would say somewhere between advanced and expert. So keep that in mind. Eulastoblata diaphana is maybe beginner or intermediate. It's the easiest Eulastoblata. These guys are definitely on the higher end of care. Hey, Kyle, I think you have a roach on you. Might need to clean the home. Haha, hilarious. All right. How different from Ocala? What do you mean by how different from Ocala? The species from Ocala? It seems to be the same species, so the care is the same for the both of them, but they're very susceptible to fungus. They like an enclosure that's already been set up and sat for a bit and gotten any little mold and fungal blooms out of the way. They like dry with a daily light spray. Any persistent moisture is not good unless you live in a very dry climate. If you lived in like Arizona, if you could probably keep them more moist and they would be happier with it. But other than that, definitely on the higher end in terms of care needs in my experience. Although this Tallahassee locality is doing the best out of all the ones I've worked with. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To, I think it's Behiziger, but Blabberbeans tried to sneak in there. Let's see. It is Behiziger with a winning bid of 50. Oh, Behiziger, that's your first Bugapalooza win, and on a roach, no less. Congrats. Your first blood at the April 2026 Bugapalooza, and on a great species, no less. Okay, we have a group of 2. Oh my god. Oh my god. Is my hairline really receding that fast? Oh, a nice car, by the way, from the pet stand. At least it's a Tesla. Don't get me started. 200 Pycnoscelis Phemapterus, starting bid of $1. Not gonna lie, I've sat on stream while driving, but I had my wife bid. He's literally the guy in the meme. It's literally the meme happening. You just need to shoehorn the laptop into that meme image. Drives itself. Steer with your knee. Steer with your feet while you're at it, actually. People really bidding to see how low they can go on Phemapterus. I've said my old man story once already, but back in my day, circa 2012, 13, 14, 15, there was some exotic passerine or like rare bird breeder guy from the southeast who specifically wanted Phemapterus from me for his rare bird collection, and he would buy like hundreds several times a year of this species for some reason, some weird exotic bird. I have no idea what it was, or a group of birds really liked this species of Pictoscelis. So, have any extras of the Lake Placid variety? No, my Lake Placid variety has perished, and that's why I had to go collect the Tallahassees, or why I had to go collect last year was to just get the species again. So I have the species, and I'll pick up more localities, I suppose, over time. Can they breed with Cernamensis? No, they should be completely. All the Pictoscelis should be very definitively isolated reproductively from each other. All right, going once. Oh, just look at them. They're just all crawling around, and they're all the little guys, little straw-colored guys. Going twice. Sold. To the lucky winner of Phil D with a winning bid of 42. Phil D really wants Phemapterus. Whoa. And this is reminding me that I had a little rant to go on about a Pictoscelis. Right after we put up, we're in our last 4 roaches before break, guys. Last four. So I'm going to put these up, and that's a 4. 40 Pseudoglomerus tarsalis Thailand, winning bid of, or starting bid of $1. Thank you, Mace. I'm going to go unpin the other one and put that one up. Oh, did I pin it? I didn't know. Unpin it. We're unpinning the old one and we're pinning the new one because it's perfect. Absolute perfection. Absolutely beautiful. Where's Dark Phil when you need him? Fine, slamming through the gate with a bid of 120. I don't know if anybody's gonna fight that. Roach yummy. Can they? When extinct cave roach? That's going to be post break, and I think I did pack a good number of Simondoa for this because they're doing well. Most of my roaches, anything that was doing poorly, or poorly to okay last winter, has just gone through the roof. Everything's rebounding. Anything that last winter was kind of shaky, poorly down to not so, like, not, you're not looking Mr. Stark, I'm not feeling so good, whatever the meme was. Anything from that down petered out, and I'm trying to bring it back from the depths. But everything that was doing well kept doing well and doing better. And I think at this point in time, I have more happy bug cultures than at any point before in my life, and I'm very thankful for that. All right, here's an X for the Tarsalis Thailand. Mason asks how my Archimandrita Panama are doing. Lost a lot of males, lost a lot of adult males. They may be dying of old age, but they're not doing so hot currently. I'm still figuring out those guys. Last year, my whole colony was saved by one. I was down to one adult female, and she cranked out a bunch of babies, and that's what I have now is all from that one female. So, but you know who does really well with those, I think, is tie-dye exotics. Ty Randall does really well with that species. He's who I got them from, actually. So you may want to pester him for tips or to see if he's got any available, because it's going to be a minute before I have any. Again, I'm not 100% sure what I did wrong, or it's possible the male's just dying of old age and the females are going to get fertilized and I'll have a baby boom over the summer. But if he should have them for sale, or maybe you might be able to beg him for a handful of them. But all right, going once on the Tarsalis. That's a cute picture. I like that picture on the right with all of them on the hand. That's very cute. I can do my Indicus ramp too. Going twice. Sold. To Phil D with a winning bid of 152. That's a mean Orang Mango. That's mean to Tarsalis. That's mean to them. You want to be mean to them. All right. Winning bid of 152 for the Tarsalis. to, who won that? Phil D. Phil D beating out Starship 1. Starship down. All right. All right, I have 2 rants to go on. The Bantua rant and the Hobby Stock Indicus rant. Okay, back by popular demand, we have a group of 20, and we're down to our last 3 roaches before break. 20 Perispherus punctatus Macau, starting bid of $1. Second time they've been sniped from you today. Sorry, Ugh, fine. Sorry to hear that. All right, Indicus rant while we wait for the numbers to rack up here. I think that the U.S. hobby stock of Pycnoscelis indicus might be a different species than Indicus because, and this is making a couple assumptions, it's assuming that the Indicus from Hawaii are properly labeled and properly identified, which I would trust because Hawaii has so many agricultural interests. I would trust that the care and precision was taken to identify the Indicus there as actually Indicus. So, assuming that Hawaiian Indicus are true Indicus, it seems to me that the U.S. hobby stock of Indicus, whoever may even have it still, it may just be me. I don't know, TJ. Anybody else have U.S. hobby stock of Indicus and not AIA Hawaii Indicus? The U.S. hobby stock is very large compared to the Hawaiian Indicus. And there's more variability in the female wing length and whatnot. So I really wonder if the U.S. hobby stock, which is the same as the old hobby stock in Europe of Indicus, actually is a different species. So I'll continue keeping them labeled as Indicus. I mean, we have no idea where they came from. They might be something else from Southeast Asia, but so I'm sus of that, very sussy of that. So, all right, here's an X for the punctatus. People are being very conservative with their bidding at the moment. Maybe not for much longer now that the X is there. So, but yes, pester tie-dye exotics, ask him for stuff. I may, if mine failed to reproduce again, I may end up pestering him for more too. I think I sent a single pair to TJ, so TJ's got them now. But yeah, I have problems on and off with Marmoratus or CF Marmoratus too, but those are doing fine. I should have Marmoratus by the fall auction, I would hope. All right, going once on the punctatus. Punctate roly-poly roaches. Going twice. Sold. To the lucky winner of Ugh Fine, who's getting them for a very good price compared to how much they went for earlier. Ugh Fine with a winning bid of 79. You see, Reptipet's dad may be driving a Tesla, but that's not a real sign of wealth. What really says I'm a wealthy gentleman is a diversity of bugs. You have the best diversity of bugs. That's how you really know somebody is close to nirvana. That's the real, in modern America, that's the real upper echelons of status. That's why Reptipet's dad is getting so many different bugs. He knows this. In fact, every human being born into this world knows this on an instinctual, psychological level, as a matter of fact. So, all right, second to last thing before our break, we have a group of 20 Eucharidia Linglong. Again, the place name I mess about. Guizhou, China. Starting bid of $1. Another group of Eucharidia. I think this is our last group of Eucharidia, but I'm not 100% sure of Linglong, but I'm not sure. We have at least one more Eucharidia species going up later, either today or tomorrow. So, but I'm not 100% sure. I can't remember. Any Crescispina japonica up today, says Elsie. Bugs, reptiles. Actually, I forewent packing some of those up. My colony's recovering, but you know me. Just contact me, and I'll let you know what I got, what's available of Crescispinas. Major thought he was saying me 200 to 300 concert farm a couple weeks ago. Turned out to be 845. Well, that dwarfs my colony for sure. There's probably about 1,000 in my colony overall, but that's far more than I can actually put out, or far more than I think I've ever put out. 845, and you thought it was too. Actually, Bahijager sent me 3 Oligrangiani, and there's too many to count there. Bahijager, you got the roach knack. You got a roach knack. Keep running with it. Bahijager says, Kyle, I won a 15 count of Archimandrita Panama last spring from you. Okay, so that must have been when the female was producing some babies. Several adults, hopefully them soon. Good luck. Keep us all posted on what you find out for husbandry and whatnot. Small counting, not a small counting error, the small counting error. You see there was going to be Amblipigi tomorrow? Yes, there will be some, though I don't know how many. Here's an X for the Linglongs as we go into our final bidding before I go off for lunch and rest. I think I'm going to do a full 3.5 hours break, guys. As much as I hate to do that, I think it's going to be a 3.5 hours. Okay, going once. I'm going to look away and write my little signage. Well, no, I can't do these two things at once. It's impossible. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To the victor. Could be Reptipet's dad. Live from the Tesla. No, it's solutionist nonsense. Solutionist nonsense with a winning bid of 150. Reptipet's dad, your Tesla is fast, but apparently not fast enough to put up with nonsense of the solutionist kind. However, we should all fear the retribution of Reptipet's dad, Reptipet Sr. Okay, everybody, our last thing. Some of you knew this was coming. You always clamor for it. We have a group of 12, and unfortunately, it's probably the only group of Magnifica available currently. People have been very hungry for them and paying full price, so I've been really pulling out of the colonies, and in fact, this dozen is coming out of the backup colony and not the primary one. So we have 12, starting bid of $1. Friendly reminder, the retail price is $400. But if you go over that because you really want them and you want to make sure you can get them ASAP, I'm not going to stop you. I ain't going to say no. Maybe somebody will just go straight up to $3.99. I think Chris has pulled something like that. I think it was with whatever, man. Ugh, fine, whatever, man. I think Chris has pulled something like that. I'm pretty sure where it was maybe it was rhino roaches and he just wanted them. So no Archimandrita this time. Both of my colonies again. I was on the verge of losing Panamas and I'm trying to pull them out of that. And Marmoratas, I have pulled them out of what seemed like it could be the start of a collapse. And they're doing really well. So should have CF Marmorata, which is the old hobby species, for fall, maybe even over the summer, because I'm just within the next month, I should be getting my first adults out of the group that I pulled to the side. There might be one more group of Tarsalis, but I'm not sure. Do they know they got to pay after the Bugapalooza? All right, here's an X for the Magnifica group. Boy, howdy, I can't wait to go and lay down for a second. Cool Kid's very happy with what got so far. I'm happy. That's my alarm. How alarming. Okay, let's wrap it up then. Going once on the Magnifica. Save you guys a couple dollars on the retail price. Going twice. Sold. To the lucky winner of F. No Angela with a winning bid of $3.90. You saved $10 and you have locked in a group of them with a winning bid of $390. Our highest, the highest bid on anything at the Bugapalooza yet today, actually, or at both days, a double actually. So thank you for that. Okay, everybody, we're going on break for, let's see, what does that math out to? Kyle will return at, so it's 2 now, 3.5 hour break puts us at 5:30. At 5:30 p.m. Eastern. Next up, more roaches. Okay, got that all marked up. I go have some spicy bone broth ramen I've been looking forward to. I actually haven't eaten anything today yet. So I've got to shove the dogs outside and check in with Christian, and let's see how that looks. Does that look nice and good? That look copacetic, everybody? Maybe get that glare off of there. That's whatever. All right. I will see you all in 3.5 hours. Take care.